the MODUS Super Series, brought to you in association with Bet365, Betfair, Betfred, Coral, Ladbrokes, Paddy Power, Unibet and William Hill.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180. This is indeed the MODUS Super Series, and it's Friday, which means we will fill the places at finals night. Paul Nicholson is alongside me. We saw Robert Owen get there from Group A earlier in the week. We're going to go through Group C today. That will come to its conclusion. But last night we saw Group B, Paul. Just a few reflections on what we saw yesterday evening.
I think James Hurrell this morning is probably going to feel quite void of what he should have been feeling this morning. He walked away with 4 points, of course, and Jim McEwen walked away with 6. But I just get the feeling that Hurrell left points out there, and he's given himself a bit more to do when it comes to tonight's session. McEwen will be fortunate to be on 6, but as far as Scott Walters is concerned, he's probably thinking, how on earth did I not walk away with 8 points, considering the way he finished last night? 8-ton-plus checkouts. He was magnificent at times.
Yeah, and Richard North got that last win against James Hurrell. It probably means, well, actually, it definitely means, considering the 3 players go through, that everybody is still in contention, not only to go through, but even to top the group.
Yeah, unquestionably. I mean, we said that Pete Burgoyne at 10-1 to win that group was a massive price for his talent, but he could still do it. If he comes here tonight with a little bit of positivity, he could easily win 3 out of 4 games, or even all 4, and find his way to the top of the table.
Well, that's this evening, live at 10 p.m. here on Sporty Stuff TV. But let's turn our attentions to what's going to happen today, because Group C got underway yesterday, Paul. We're going to have a look at a few of the key moments from yesterday's action. Michael Huntley produced some better stuff than he did in Group A, but it's going to be a big ask for him, isn't it, to get to the top 2?
It is. I think his form has got to go up a notch today. He's got to find something in his reserves, because he's only just hanging in there.
Shane McGurk, a man you mentioned, has maybe tailed off as the day has gone on. Needs to address that today to get through?
Got to have the similar good start, but he must maintain a good level of play throughout the 5 games.
I wish Martin Thomas good luck when I saw him this morning. He said, I need it. That might tell you a little bit about where he's at.
Tells you a bit more about Martin, actually. He's just a lovely, lovely chap. This was a great finish yesterday from Garcia. He's really, really been good towards the back end of the week. Not so much yesterday, but he's still in there fighting.
Yeah, maybe had his best day at the wrong time, Kevin Garcia, winning 4 out of 5 in Group A on Wednesday. But how good was that from Mark Graham? And how good was this man, Reece Colley?
Yeah, Reece Colley was definitely the best player yesterday. He started well, very much like McGurk, but you just get the feeling that he's got a level of confidence that nobody else has got in this group.
Yeah, he should have a good level of confidence as well, Reece Colley, because he is sitting pretty at the top of the Group C table. We'll take a look at that before the action gets underway. Doesn't have too much to do, it seems, but we have been here before.
Yes, we have. Scott Walters obviously winning all games on Thursday and then losing all 5 games the following day. It has been done the other way around by Dave Pallett in Group B. He qualified after losing all of his games on the Thursday. But the thing about Reece today, because we've told him about that situation, he can falter here. He could find his way into 3rd or even 4th or 5th position if he does have a bad day. So I would assume that 2 wins will be enough.
Mark Graham in the box seat to come second, but Huntley, Thomas, McGurk all on his shoulder. Yesterday, you said you felt the top two wouldn't change. Do you still feel like that?
Yeah, I do. I think Mark Graham is looking pretty good. He's got to score the same way he did yesterday, give himself enough chances, but you get the feeling that the players from 3rd to 6th, they may have to win all their games today to stand a chance.
First match is Kevin Garcia against Martin Thomas. Important game for both. Do you feel that it's more important for Kevin than it is for Martin at this stage?
Yes, I probably would say that because he's at the foot of the table, only sitting on 2 points. But we know that he can score 8 points in a day. As to whether that's enough, things are going to have to bunch up for him. It's not in your own power right now. It's about winning your games and hoping that things go your way as well.
Yeah, well, the players are already practicing behind me now. Marco Maya is the referee for the action. Paul Nicholson is going to head into the commentary box where he will be joining Matthew Edgar.
Thank you, Chris, and good morning to everyone joining us on Sporty Stuff TV. And when we look at the odds compilers for the day, we can actually see the odds are offered up on every single player, which means it's possible that every single player can win this group. Kevin Garcia starting it in the bottom place, 2 points. As Paul said on the balcony, he has had a day where he's won 4 games from 5. That was on Wednesday in the ending of Group A. Storm, the 40-year-old from St. Helens, ADC qualifier. He's going to be taking on Martin Thomas. Martin Thomas actually started favourite to win this group. That is because he is a previous PDC Challenge Tour winner. Sat on 4 points at the moment.
First leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
The odds have drifted. Martin started at 7-4 to win this group. If you got him today, you'd be getting 10-1. That is because obviously Reece Colley
59.
took 10 from 10 points in the opening day yesterday and tops the group. Martin's 6 points behind, but he does have the ability. You do not win challenge tours if you have not got the capability to go on a clean sweep here.
Yeah, absolutely right, Matt, because you know as well as I do that if you go through a challenge tour a day, you're playing 2 tournaments a day. It's about endurance, which is exactly what the MODUS Super Series is all about. As far as Thomas is concerned,
100.
Do you think he can afford to lose this game? Can either of them afford to lose?
I think Kevin loses, he's out. If Martin loses, he's all but out because his leg difference isn't very good.
Yeah, just to illustrate the leg difference for these
140.
two. Martin Thomas at -4, Garcia at -5. But Garcia, the only player on 2 points. And his best effort this week was 8 points on Wednesday. And I think Chris Murphy put it very eloquently at the top of the show there. I think Garcia's had his best day at the wrong time.
60. Kevin, you require 105.
Do you know what? Already, I think Martin Thomas has got more fluency in the throw.
73. Martin, you require 120.
Well, incredible that Kevin Garcia had a shot for a 15 darter there because he's had 2 darts on the floor.
$60. Kevin, you require 32.
For the first leg, double 16. Over to 4s.
24. Martin, you require 60.
If you had to say what is the strongest part of Kevin Garcia's game, it would be the outer ring. Not in this opening
That's
leg.
game short in the first leg. Martin Thomas.
Martin Thomas come down and picked his pocket.
Well, if you look at the stats from yesterday, they make for interesting reading.
Martin to throw first. Game on.
Over the course of a stage, you're probably going to find that everyone's going to average around 84 to 85. That's what we had yesterday, 84.01.
82.
And for the doubles over a course of a 12-week qualifying stage, usually around 33.3%. That's kind of what we had yesterday as well, at 33.4. We had 32 maximums, 10 ton plus outs yesterday. Biggest out coming from Mark Graham of 164.
100.
But individually, the thing that impresses me about what Martin Thomas did yesterday is the fact that his doubles were over 45%.
60.
But he just didn't get there quick enough or enough times. 83.66 the average. And he was put to the sword by the likes of Graham and Collie.
41.
And you tend to find that players who have a certain type of dart, players who
57.
throw with one plan in mind, it's all or nothing. And Martin Thomas is one of those one-track players in the fact that if you see there, his darts land quite flat.
123.
Darts land flat because of, one, the way he throws, and two, the flight on the back being so small. That means he likes to
96.
build.
Martin Uruguay,
So if he doesn't get
155.
that first dart right, he's not going to be scoring heavy.
Have you ever noticed that Martin Thomas uses exactly the same dart as Carl Wilkinson?
83. Gavin Uruguay,
It's exactly the same barrel.
148.
It's quite an unusual barrel, actually. It's not something you'll see a lot of players use.
60.
It's got a taper
Martin
towards the
Uruguay,
end, a
72.
round nose, and there's a ridge at the top of the barrel towards the stem, and they both use the same one. That's a good guide.
Yeah, that's game short in the second
Nice little
line.
cushion
Martin
for the
Thomas.
right-hand side of double 12. He didn't need it in the end, and a 2-0 lead is taken. Garcia
Third
on the
leg,
verge
it's
of
Kevin to throw
elimination.
first. Game on.
And after 4 days of action, Kevin has acquitted himself. I don't know how you feel about this, Matt, but I think he's acquitted himself
100.
excellently. His temperament has been brilliant. His work ethic has been sensational. And I'd like to see him come back. If he doesn't qualify today, I think he is richer for this experience.
40.
I was literally just about to ask you the question, how you feel that the two ADC qualifiers have handled this week.
I think,
95.
personally, Garcia may have handled it slightly better than Huntley. I think he has shown less frustration. But maybe Kevin came into this challenge
96.
expecting a little less than Huntley, who has maybe had some better results in other tournaments, like the seniors, the challenge tour, that kind of thing. But I've seen enough from Kevin Garcia to know that him coming back here would not be an accident.
100. Gavin Uruguay, 170.
He's done the ADC proud.
56.
Obviously, you're wondering what that is. That is the amateur darts circuit. 50 places available to qualify and come here like Kevin has. So if you're watching this and
83.
thinking, I'd
Gavin
fancy a
Uruguay,
go at that,
114.
you can get yourself to an ADC event and qualify just like Kevin.
Well, putting it slightly differently, there may be some players out there who say,
74.
You know what? I'm better than that lad. Well, prove it. Simple. Go to some of the ADC events, get yourself here and prove it.
45. Gavin Uruguay, 40.
Double 10.
30.
That's now 7 missed
Martin
darts.
Uruguay,
Well, actually 8
137.
darts missed at double now for Kevin. And Martin Thomas has just done his Superman act. Glasses off, glasses on. It didn't work.
He was giving himself a rub down with that towel like he just got out of the shower.
I didn't see that. He wasn't doing the old floss, was he?
40. Gavin Uruguay, 10. Yeah, that's game
Yeah,
short
nice
in the
find there
third
from
leg.
Garcia to get
Kevin
himself in this
Garcia.
match. A first hit, a double from 9 attempts. Averages on that
Forward leg,
dissimilar.
it's Martin to throw first. Game
Thomas
on.
just a shade under 80. Kevin a shade over.
I think in the modern day, a floss is a dance.
83.
It's off a fortnight, I believe.
Yeah, it's a dance that a lot of young'uns do.
60.
You know you're old when you say that. Shall I go one further? In my day,
59.
I didn't really have anything prepared to say after that, but yeah, it was the Macarena in the 90s, wasn't it? You'll remember that one.
98.
Yeah.
And the whole
Macarena.
Saturday night thing with Wigfield.
The birdie song.
You went deeper than I thought you would.
45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45. 45
I like to represent him.
60.
If you look at the way that Martin Thomas's darts sit in the board, you can see what Matthew Edgar was talking
99.
about, trying to build those visits together, sneaking them on top of each other, and then on the other side of the coin, you've got Garcia trying to force them next to each
58.
other, but he gets quite a large loop with his throw, doesn't he? Quite a big arc. Of the two,
99.
actually, Martin Thomas throws them harder. But because of the way that Garcia grips the dart towards the back of the barrel, that's why his darts sit the way they do.
79. Margin you
That's why I
require
get so many on the floor
116.
as well, because Kevin Garcia is not exactly a short man. And normally with people that have lift in their throw, it's normally because they are quite short and they're coming underneath and having to push up. Quite unusual. Got quite a high stance.
48. Gavin, you require 146.
Yeah, he's very upright. Maybe that's one of the reasons why he uses these points for three sides.
100.
Because he
Margin
doesn't
you require 68.
Plant the board with the dart. He's wanting the point to grab the sisal a bit more. I'm surprised he hasn't used those really regressive points.
Yeah, that's game short on the forward leg. Martin Thomas.
You're not going to see Martin Thomas do that. He's a very traditional darts player. I don't
Fifth
think I've
leg,
ever
it's
seen him
Gavin to
throw
throw
anything
first.
other
Game
than
on.
what he's throwing right now, but it's working at 3-1 up. Now, a victory in this
97.
match for Thomas would get him to third position on his way to knocking on the door of Mark Graham and Reece Colley. But already we do know that Martin Thomas wins.
41.
He goes up the table, but still needs the other two to slow down.
Here's a question for you. What is the strangest piece
81.
of darts equipment you've ever seen, either manufactured or homemade? And I ask this because I know you probably have seen Simon Whitlock's toolbox. I
133.
believe he made points once. Was it out in nail files?
Oh, yeah, he's done that. He actually went to a local
57.
hardware store and bought the entire stock of them so he could work on them. He's a bit crackers like that. But that's nothing compared to something I saw Peter Wright do once,
137.
where he manufactured a larger drill bit into a dart.
171.
That was a well-manufactured visit there from Garcia. But he brought them to the Pro Tour, and it was a one-piece
100.
bit of
Gavin, you
steel,
require
and the
95.
end was a drill bit. He tried to throw them. He could get them sticking the board, but they weren't feasible. He just thought they were fun.
46. Martin, you require 90.
For the match, another 20. Another 20, Martin.
50. Gavin, you require
It's not only cost
49.
him a shot for the match. You never know, it might cost him the match.
Yeah, that's game short on the fifth flag. Kevin Garcia.
There is no guarantee that Thomas will get another shot for it. Lots of respect in this game.
Sixth flag is Martin to throw first. Game on.
He was having trouble yesterday with his glasses. I don't know whether it was something stuck on the lenses or whether they were just getting dirty or steamed up or something.
41.
But he's already cleaned them twice here.
Going on to equipment again, I can go one better than that with Peter Wright. So during lockdown, we was
137.
only allowed to go out, wasn't we, for like a recreational walk, things like that. And we used to go out and take the dog for a walk. And
38.
on that dog walk, I picked up 3 sticks. And I got back and I made a video on YouTube where I sawed them up and I shaved them
131.
down and stuck points in them, drilled a bit of a hole in the back so I could stick, and I had to sellotape flights and stems into them, and I could actually
76.
use them. Not very well because they weighed about 2 or 3 grams. But
So they're not legal because they've got to be at least 12
57.
grams, right?
it made an interesting day. It gave me something to do. We all had a bit too much time on our hands during that period of time.
60.
And when we were playing the live league from home, we were playing a lot of darts. A lot.
100.
And we were very, very grateful for the opportunity to do that. That project has turned into this project, which
80.
has now become a very different kettle of fish indeed. I did say that this game was at risk if Martin Thomas missed that 90 checkout.
Yeah, that's
It's very much at risk now because look who's got the darts in leg 7. Garcia's got them.
I'm going to go one
7-10
further.
final leg. It's Kevin the throw
You said
first.
the leg was at risk,
Game
which
on.
meant the game was at risk. I think Martin's hopes of qualifying are now at risk.
96.
I'd have to agree with you. I don't think that anybody on 4 points with 4 matches to go is going to qualify.
1 on the note.
I think Reece Colley's going to be too strong today. I do not see him faltering.
Which means there's one place available.
59.
I really do believe that. Now, if Martin Thomas or Kevin Garcia from this position go on to qualify, I'm happy to eat my words.
1 on the note. 40.
Hashtag forfeits for Nicholson.
1 on the note. 34.
Just don't do anything with spiders because I've had enough of those right now. For some reason they like to bite me.
95.
We thought that miss could come back to bite Martin Thomas, but this is a great final leg here. 140, 140, 95.
48.
And that miss.
Martin, you require
Kevin
126.
Garcia might hand Martin Thomas 6 starts at this 126. He does the roll of the tongue, but he hasn't gone for this.
58.
Normally he's gone
Kevin,
the
you require
19s with a
164.
Sort of teeing up Kevin an opportunity.
58. Martin, you require 68.
He hasn't had a shot for the match yet. Now he's getting a shot at double.
Game.
And that's the
shot,
game to
and a
Martin
match.
Thomas.
Martin
And
Thomas.
that sends Kevin Garcia into obscurity because he's not going to qualify from his position, sitting on 2 points with 4 matches to go. Martin Thomas on the outer ring was excellent. 67%, as you can see. Yeah, it was a 79 average, but he did just about enough. If he can continue to gain points over the next few games, he will still be in with a shout. Round number 1 will continue when we come back after this break. It will be Michael Huntley for his 5th consecutive day up against Shane McGurk in their 5th match of the week.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen Martin Thomas get over the line in a crucial opening contest. Every game is going to be kind of crucial today, isn't it, as we look to fill the places at finals night. Well, let's take a look at how that one panned out. Thomas winning 4-3. Not the most electrifying averages there when you look at the stats, but very effective in the doubling department, the Welshman. 4 out of 6, including a 72 checkout. Kevin Garcia would have felt that he had an opportunity. Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar in commentary feeling his opportunity of qualifying has gone. And let's see why they think that, because the Group C table looks like this. Garcia stranded at the foot of it on 2 points, but Thomas has pulled level with Mark Graham onto 6. So on that kind of provisional qualification brink there, Martin Thomas, although of course Graham does have a game in hand, but will take on the league leader Reece Colley in his first match today. So that means that the second match today will feature Michael Huntley and Shane McGurk. And Huntley got the better of McGurk when the pair met yesterday. A 4-2 success for Michael in that one, tidying this shot up very, very nicely indeed to get the job done. And Huntley is an ADC qualifier who seems to be getting better day by day. By the way, if you're wondering what that means when we say that, it's the amateur darts circuit, and it is a new partnership, which means that any amateur player gets the opportunity to qualify through that system to play here at the Super Series. We'll have at least one every week over the course of a year. So do head to the ADC website and social media to check it out if you fancy your chances. Shane McGurk, well, he won both of his first 2 games yesterday, but then lost his last 3, really tailed off. So it's probably really imperative for him to get off to a good start today and keep up the pace with Collie, Graham, and now, of course, Martin Thomas. Let's see if he can. Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar will talk you through it.
Thanks, Murph. Yes, 5th meeting of the week between these two. And currently, McGurk is 3-1 up. But this is maybe the biggest one they've had this week. The 50-year-old from Wales. It could be his last day here. Or will it be the last day for McGurk?
Interesting. From that camera angle, when Shane McGurk is practicing,
First lag, it's Michael to throw first.
Move
Game on.
On practice darts.
Has he been listening to us?
100.
You picked up on that really quickly. Ah, I see what you mean. He's trying to root that back foot down. So welcome to coaching school, everybody. Maybe some people do listen to us.
100.
I managed to have a bit of a chat with Michael Huntley yesterday as well. First time I've spoken to him. And
he's a good lad, isn't he?
I've never met anyone who just loves life as much as Michael
59.
Huntley.
Yeah, I met him for the first time in the summer up in Lampeter. Beautiful part of Mid-Wales.
81.
And he was just really, really nice to talk to, full of smiles.
138.
Well, it has to be said, we've talked about it a couple of times already. McGurk able to start really well in most of his campaigns this week. He needs it again, but he needs to maintain it all day long.
However, keeping that back leg still is going to give him a much higher level of consistency, especially throughout a day, because he's not going to have the rotation. He's not going to be using extra muscle. He's not going to need the wrist.
82.
The dart's not going to ride the thumb.
Michael, you require
but is there a risk by doing that today that he might start pushing the dart to the right to somewhat compensate for what he was doing previously? 5-5.
Yeah, that's game short in the first leg. Michael Huntley.
This will feel like a knockout scenario for these two now. They've got company
Second leg, it's Shane to throw
in the middle portion of the table.
Did you say the table? Because if you look in the background there, we can see the table, and we can see that Shane McGurk has got his case facing one of the hard cams.
He definitely has been listening.
120.
Maybe he's facing, or the case is facing somebody in the audience that we can't see, because let's face it, we're in an old church. This place
99.
might have some spirits in it. There is the case. He's on the case.
58.
Michael Huntley has started this game really well. He ended yesterday with a win. That was obviously against Shane McGurk because it's a reverse of yesterday's fixtures. But it's the way he's doing it. The pace of the throw. The force of the throw.
83.
Didn't you have a chat with him about that yesterday?
Yes. He actually asked me, he goes, have you seen anything in my game that you think I can improve? I says, yes, stop trying to place the darts in the board.
140.
Because actually, when he throws with more aggression and purpose, plays so much better.
Give it some welly boyo.
Yeah, and we've seen. I said you've got 2 throws.
Shane, you
I
require
said you've
81.
got a throw when you're trying to do something, and a throw when you're just letting it happen. And at the moment, we're seeing the throw where.
Yeah, that's game short in the second
dart
line.
from
Shane
McGurk. Stopped me right in my tracks with that 81 on the ball. This is a good standard.
Third leg, it's Michael to throw first. Game on.
This is the face of surprise on me right now, because this is what Shane does at the start of a campaign. And if
83.
these kind of matches are going to improve something in you, it is your engine. We've seen people with us over the last couple of years
60.
hone their craft playing 5 or even 6 or 7 games a day. And then go on to things like the Challenge Tour and have a lot of success because their darts fitness improves after playing here.
You could see.
96.
For those who are watching on YouTube, you can use your back 15-second button. Dart 1 of that last throw was exactly what I was saying about Michael Huntley having 2 throws. Because that throw was slow, it was deliberate, it had lift, and then he went back to propelling the darts.
140.
Over the course of yesterday's play, McGurk averaged 85.59, 6 maximums.
45.
But he had the smallest percentage on the doubles at 23%. He left a lot of legs out there. As for Huntley, he had a lesser average of 82.21, but he was a place above McGurk in the table. And at just a shade over 30% with 3 maximums, he would say that he didn't play his best either.
Shane, you require 146. $98. Michael, you require 88
in this game. Looked good. It'll be very good.
74.
Not good enough.
Shane, you require 48.
With McGurk averaging 98 in this game, you sense that the end of leg 3 is nigh.
16. Michael, you require 14.
Didn't really give it any go there. That was a bit defensive. Can't be defensive in spots like that. You've got to give it a really good crack. Like I said, Mike.
No score.
You got
Shane,
close,
you require 32.
but no cigar.
Yeah, that's game short in the third leg. Shane
I don't
McGurk.
know, because I've not looked at this yet with Shane McGurk. If this is something that he's doing
Fourth
new,
leg, it's Shane to throw first. Game on.
or if this is something he's done all week. But it's like the drawback here. The flight is touching the face.
Yeah, I
80.
think it's something he's been doing all week. Some people have got a point in their face that the end of the flight tickles their cheek or their nose. And that signifies where their
125.
drawback finishes and their forward thrust begins.
Oh, the legs moving.
45.
Is that maybe a sign of pressure with Shane McGurk? Because what that leg moving will do is it will give more force. Imagine throwing a ball
24.
standing still, and then imagine throwing the ball when you twist and rotate the hips. One's going to go a lot further without needing more arm power. But this isn't a game where you need
59.
power. This is a game where you need accuracy.
Yeah, it's all about the precision. And you're right about that back leg. It does need addressing if he is going to take that next step
95.
and keep himself in the right position. That back leg is going to need to stay in not so much a rooted position, but it needs to stop his body moving to his left as he throws.
100.
He has got enough talent to go up to the next level for me. He's already proven that this week. And when you're looking to improve even further at this level, it's about small things.
If you're unsure why we're making such a big deal of this, stand up now. Get into a dart stance.
59.
And just slowly
Michael, you require
move
157.
that back leg back behind the body like it's doing so here. So moving back on that horizontal line.
117. Shane,
And
you
what you'll
require
feel is you'll
158.
feel your body and your shoulder pulling you over to the left as if you're pointing over across the board.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's game shot on the
Oh,
fourth
that's after a
line.
157
McGurk.
attempt from Huntley. He missed it on tops. I tell you what, his technique in that shot, it wasn't
Fifth flag,
perfect.
it's
There was a
Michael
lot
to
of
throw first.
shifting
Game
of the
on.
right shoulder, but he got the timing right, and it's 3-1.
We were talking about Mr. Saturday night, Mr. Monday morning, all these different things. What would you
60.
call Shane McGurk? Mr. First Thing? Because he seems to start the day very strong.
60.
Well, there are lots of songs throughout the course of music history. There is a song by Fleetwood Mac called Monday Morning. There's a song called Saturday Night by
100.
Wakefield that we've already mentioned today, funnily enough.
You could go for the wake me up before you go, but change it to wake me up so I can throw.
134.
That is such a Chris Murphy joke.
46.
What about Friday I'm in Love by The Cure? Let's face it, they want to be in love with Friday. If they're going to get through to Saturday,
100.
they'll remember this Friday for a while. That last leg signifies how Michael Huntley has been rolling this week.
45.
He's been watching a lot of his opponents ripping his heart out.
He's earned himself some real opportunity in this game. He
134.
starts at the 77. Just missed the 157. The 2 darts at the 88.
100. Shane, you require 73.
For the match, and to be on 6 points with Martin Thomas and Mark Graham, ahead of Mark Graham's
53.
game in hand.
Michael, you require 150.
He might get another look. And now he will.
98. Shane, you require 20.
For the stereotypical McGurk beginning to a daily campaign.
Game.
He
shot,
finds the first
and a
2
match.
points of
Shane
his
McGurk.
campaign with 4 games left. He can still make it to double figures. But first, he's made his way to 6 points, and his leg difference has been improved to -1. So he's gone to 3rd position in the table behind Collie and Graham. And funnily enough, it's those two who will do battle in match number 3 of this morning's play. So don't go too far.
So another strong start then for Shane McGurk in the morning. Let's see if he can maintain it today. A good performance, a 4-1 win for McGurk against Michael Huntley, who suffered a bit of double trouble there, missing 7 darts at the outer ring. A fantastic 158 checkout for McGurk in there as well. 4 out of 9 for him. The only finish that Huntley managed to produce was that nice, neat 80, but the points go the way of the Irishman in that one, and we can see how it affects the Group C table. It means that McGurk joins that chasing pack. He's on 6 points alongside Mark Graham, who has a game in hand, and Martin Thomas, who won his first match against Kevin Garcia, who's as good as out now of the race. Michael Huntley still harbouring hopes, but really needs to have a strong middle and end of the day. In terms of yesterday, Reece Colley was perfect. He was unbeaten, but Mark Graham had a few fine moments himself. In fact, he produced a blockbuster 164 checkout against Reece Colley. Ultimately, it was a glorious moment in a match that ended in defeat. But if he can get the better of Reece Colley here, he will put himself back firmly in pole position to take one of those qualification spots, with Paul and Matt in commentary saying they don't think that Colley can be caught. Graham wants to gallop away with him and make it a 2-horse race. And our man Jack Garwood spoke to the butcher before the day got underway.
Mark, morning. Day 2 of your group here. How are you feeling after a night's rest?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. Got up early, had some breakfast. I'm ready to go now, really.
Yeah, 3 from 5 wins yesterday up on that stage. How are you feeling looking ahead today to and trying to rein in Reece Colley at the minute?
He's playing very well at the moment. I played some good darts yesterday. I had a few odd legs here and there, but all I have to do is worry about my own game, and that's it really.
Is it a case of trying to chase Reece down at the top, or are you looking at second spot right now and just get myself through to Saturday?
No, all I'm thinking about is winning every game. That's it. I can't be thinking about anybody else's game, so that's all I'm doing.
Yeah, and in terms of the environment, how did you find playing up on the stage? It's a little bit different to a little box room that we've had before.
It is, but it's very nice. It's very good up there. I felt comfortable from, as you could see, from leg 1 yesterday. Yeah, it's really, really nice place.
Perfect. Well, all the best today.
Thank you very much. Cheers. Thank you.
So let's get into match number 3. Interesting hearing there from Mark Graham. It's a very interesting accent he's got, isn't it? Feels like a bit of Stoke. Maybe the tiniest little bit of Merseyside and a bit of Welsh. So, yeah, it's just one of those places, Chester, which is close to a lot of different typical accents in that part of the world. I get the feeling if you were to introduce Mark to somebody from outside the UK, they'd have a pretty hard time picking his accent. But there'd be no mistaking where Reece Colley's from. And he's wearing another chaotic shirt, but it's not in his Aston Villa colours today. What does this one signify, Matt Edgar?
Oh, good question. No idea.
First leg, it's Mark to throw
maybe-
first. Game on.
Maybe he likes blackcurrant squash and strawberries.
You really are reaching here, aren't you?
I'm trying to find an answer that might be
120.
There's a very well-known soft drink brand that I think it would probably
44.
be very befitting with, but it's a favourite of our friend Mark Webster's. Begins with an M. It's something that Chris Murphy doesn't like at all.
78.
But anyway, let's get into the darts. Reece Colley, of course, 10 points. Perfect yesterday. Using the Aston Villa coloured flights.
100.
So he must be in his away shirt today. He'll be hoping that he's not away with the fairies when trying to get some points today, because I reckon he needs 2 wins and he'll be into Saturday night for the very first time.
99.
You know I'm a big fan of branding and marketing and things. And Reece, if you're watching, get the flights to
96.
match the shirt. If you're going to be wearing a different coloured shirt, you need to have the different coloured flights to suit that shirt.
I see what you're saying, but for me the most important thing today is,
One of
has he
them
changed
40.
that broken aluminium stem?
95.
I don't know is the answer.
64.
It's hard to tell. Mark Graham with the better start, and Reece Colley's left himself on a bogey number, so no urgency here.
Yeah, that's game
But a
short
really
on
good
the first
take anyway
leg.
from Mark.
Mark Graham.
Mark popped his head in earlier, didn't he? And was
Second
asking
leg, it's
because
Reece to throw
Paul
first.
Nicholson
Game
yesterday
on.
referred to Mark Graham as the Grinch. Turns out it's a bit of a homecoming for him, really.
Yeah. I didn't expect him to
100.
say to me. Well, in fact, the question was, who yesterday called me the Grinch? And my stomach tightened, and I thought, oh no, I'm going to get myself in trouble here. It's because he has this proclivity
59.
of the left side of his mouth when he throws, it curls upwards, and it looks like the Grinch when he goes from mean mode to that nasty smile.
45.
Nothing nasty, it's just an observation. But apparently, his children call him the Grinch as well. I didn't know that.
140.
I wonder if it's for different reasons. Like, I mean, you're a bit of a Grinch yourself, aren't you, when it comes to Christmas?
95.
Yeah, I just don't like celebrating in October. Give me Christmas in December anytime. I love Christmas because it's all about the World Championship. And if you are
66.
curious as to what our schedule is for the MODUS Super Series going up to Christmas time, we will be here up until the 18th of December.
43.
I don't think he's changed it because that third dart hit the second one and there was a wibble on the flight.
Come on, Reece. You know what makes sense. It don't cost
66.
that much. Get yourself another set of aluminium stems. I really hope that doesn't cost him today with a Robin Hood or something like that.
140. Mark, you require 170.
If Collie does get the four legs in this
43.
contest
Reece, you require 78.
against the darts in this contest, we have to explain that as well. He throws first in the
38.
even-numbered legs. He's
Mark,
just
you
missed a
require
single. That could cost
127.
him. But he could create this 6-point gap at the top of the table. But he might not even get a leg in the first two.
102.
Good try.
Reece, you require 40. Yeah, that's game short in the second leg. Reece
Level
Colley.
game. Reece Colley. But I'm going to ask you here how you assess Mark Graham so far. Because actually
Third
when we
leg,
came
it's
into
Mark to
this,
throw first. Game on.
we was looking through data and there wasn't too much to suggest that what we've seen from him so far was what we was going to see. The bookies didn't really give him much of a chance in this group, but
59.
he's certainly brought a very good level of performance that actually yesterday when you asked me who I think is going to go through, you counteracted and said Mark Graham.
Yeah, I just get the feeling that he's found another level to his game in the last 6 to 8 months. Maybe the experience of travelling around and playing more tournaments and gaining confidence incrementally.
60.
He is definitely a better player now than he was when he made his World Championship debut, that's for sure.
You see more World
57.
Championships on the horizon for Mr. Graham?
Yeah, I'd like to think so. I think players like Mark are not going to hit the ground running like a Josh Rock, for instance. They're not going to be bashing 100 averages
60.
for fun. But if he works at his game, he can get himself to that respectable level of being someone who was very, very difficult to beat.
85.
And that's as good a compliment as you can pay a dart player, really. Imagine walking down the street and bumping into a dart fan and you say, what do you think of Mark Graham? Oh, yeah, he's hard to beat.
121.
That's a compliment.
I called him Mr. Graham. We could have called him just Mr.
58.
G. Because obviously Graham is name and Grinch his family nickname. He's both under that one letter.
100. Reece, you
So if
require
you were his
121.
publicist, that's what you would call him as a nickname, Mr. G.
In green text.
You have to be careful with the green shade because
43. Mark, you require
Former world
101.
number one tends to own the colour green these days. Double 12.
89.
Chance for
Reece
Collie to
requires
break.
78.
He does need a break in this match if he is to win it. No time at the present, Reece. Oh, and he's missed a single again. It's in the same spot.
38. Mark, you
How many
require
players
12.
this week have we said that about?
Well, last night, James Hurrell missed 2 singles in 2 darts.
6. Reece, you require 40.
That's 3 misses. A double for a 2-1 lead. Collie
Yeah, that's
in
game
front.
short than a third leg. Reece Colley.
showing with that second dart what he's capable of. Just clattering into his own barrel.
Forward leg is Reece a throw first.
Did we get to the bottom of the
Game
whole
on.
poacher thing?
No, we probably should have done that one really overnight, shouldn't we? But it's certainly in the same text as
One on
the
the
Reece Colley
40.
going down the side and the chaos down the back. So there's definitely a, it's definitely planted. It's there for a
99.
reason.
He wasn't a total Scalacci type of footballer, was he, when he was younger? He was a poacher.
Sent Jack Garwood
180.
down loaded with that question, shouldn't we, this morning?
Well, there you go, Jack. If you're listening in, off you go. Find out what the poacher thing's about.
180.
Now, they're both after the 60 right here with success, and it continues. It keeps going.
125.
Would you rather hit the bullseye or the 5? If you had the choice, he was going for the 25. He didn't get it. But the good thing about getting the small 5 there is it gives him options
78.
from this
Reece
56
requires
position for a
56.
3-1 advantage. 2 10s.
Yeah, that's game short
Too
in the
strong.
fourth leg. Reece Colley.
He has raised his game to a level where Mark has been at the whole match,
Fifth
but
flag,
he's
it's Mark
getting
to throw
the
first.
chances and taking
Game
them.
on.
And the biggest statistic from this match is that. Same amount of attempts, Collie's hitting, Graham is not.
85.
I've got a possible reason why he might be called the poacher there on the pocket. Maybe that's how he likes his eggs.
85.
How do you like your eggs in the morning? You have eggs in the morning?
Only if I'm on holiday.
180.
Poached, which is why I...
Do you know how to make a poached egg?
83.
I know how to. I just don't like cooking very often. But when I actually go for it and I actually commit, I wouldn't mind
60.
chucking my name in the ring with the Paul Nicholson, Chris Mason cook-off.
Ah. Yeah, good poached egg. You need to whisk the water into a whirlpool, which has also got some
90.
white wine vinegar in it. Lightly drop in your egg. Let the yolk be enveloped in the white. 3 minutes. Out. Let it dry.
140.
Bit of salt and pepper over the top. Should have a runny centre.
I'm now going to take my name out of the hat.
140. Mark, you require 36.
Well, Mark.
Yeah, that's game short
Fine
in the fifth
13
flag.
darter.
Mark Graham.
This game is far from done. But we did
Sixth
see
flag is
yesterday
Reece
from
to throw
Chaos that
first. Game
his
on.
best game was game number 1. He did tail off after that, standard-wise, but was still able to win every game.
140.
Mark Graham, actually a butcher. Well, at least that's his nickname, which I would assume would mean he is a butcher by
55.
trade.
It's one of those dying arts, if you ask me. Things like blacksmiths, butchers, fishmongers.
60.
You don't see as many of those on the high street as you used to. I'm a big, big advocate for going to your local butcher to get your produce. Good chefs and good cooks always have good relationships with their
96.
mongers, their fishmongers and their butchers and their bakers. It's all become a bit soulless over the last 15 years, getting everything under the same roof.
140.
I'm not even sure why I started talking about that.
57.
Are there any other butchers in darts that you can think of? There's been a lot of window cleaners, a lot of bricklayers.
60. Reece, you require 148.
I don't think of any other butchers.
Kind of a risky trade, isn't it, if you need
140.
hands?
You talked about Adam Smith-Neil yesterday. He used to work in a slaughterhouse. Now Reece is on the cusp of victory here to end round one.
Reece, you require
With another
8.
victory, he'd be very, very close to qualification.
Game,
And there
shot,
he
and
gets his
Reece
6th
Colley.
consecutive win in Group C. He is so close to booking his Saturday night spot. For me, when he plays against Martin Thomas in match 5, if he wins that, he will be safe. Whether it will win the group or not, we'll have to wait and see. But Mark Graham has still got work to do. He's now in a bit of a chasing peloton behind Collie, 6 points adrift. Game number 4, we'll see Garcia up against McGurk for the 5th time this week. We'll see how their challenge goes on from here. It looks like Garcia is out, but McGurk is very much in it.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series on this Friday session in Group C, where 2 players will make it through to finals night. And Reece Colley, he's as good as there, isn't he? A fantastic display to beat his closest rival before a dart was thrown today, Mark Graham. Collie continues his perfect record in this group. It's now 6 wins from 6 for Collie. An average just shy of 90. Graham wasn't far behind in that department, but the difference is in the doubling. 2 out of 7 for Graham, where Reece Colley hit 4 out of 7 in that one. So he pulls even further clear at the top of the league table. Collie now onto a dozen points from half a dozen matches. Mark Graham has got as many points as he's played matches, and it's all bunched up between him, Shane McGurk and Martin Thomas. Michael Huntley just behind them, and Kevin Garcia walking a little bit of a tightrope now. He must win this match or will be mathematically eliminated, even though it's likely that even a perfect run for the rest of the day might not be enough. Garcia has had his moments, of course, this week so far. He had a fantastic day a couple of days ago and produced some decent stuff yesterday as well. Took out a fabulous 1-2-8 checkout against Shane McGurk. Really was one of his best performances yesterday, one of his best finishers yesterday, and he went on to win that match when this pair met, taking it 4-1 with that double 16. But McGurk got off to a winning start today. Garcia didn't, and McGurk has been known this week for bright starts. But I'm going to throw it back to the commentators a moment. But Matthew, Edgar, are you starting some kind of egg pun competition? Because I wouldn't start that with me, especially not on a Friday. No, only joking. I'll throw it back to comms. It's Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Some cracking jokes there from Chris Murphy.
Will you two stop? I've put up with him for 10 years. Don't you start. Love you both, really. Let's face it, I think it was me that started it, wasn't it?
Yeah, you got a bit of egg on your face now, haven't you?
I'm leaving.
These two will be getting sick of the sight of each other, really, won't they? 5 times now that they've played each other. This is the 5th meeting this week. They both can't get through to Saturday, so this will be the last time they've got to play each other.
First lag, it's Shane to throw first.
Shane McGurk is well in the running for one of those places to get through to Saturday night's final, to join Robert Owen, who is really the only player fully confirmed
30.
to be there so far.
One of the bright sparks of this week for Kevin Garcia is that he's beaten McGurk 3 times out of the 4 meetings. So whatever happens here,
140.
he's going to win the head-to-head for the week, because they're not both going to go through.
39.
We're going to keep a close eye on the performance level of Shane in this game, because for his sake, I hope he doesn't tail off again.
140.
But hashtag case watch. It's actually hidden behind the glass of water this time.
Still facing
32.
that side camera though, so I'm okay with that one. But slightly less attention to detail.
55.
I'm glad I got to the bottom of the whole football team thing with Kevin yesterday. It's a very, very difficult scenario to speculate who
85.
somebody supports, you know. He is a Liverpool fan. When I said it could have been Tranmere, it could have been Everton.
58.
It's about as precarious a situation as maybe speculating who you support in Scotland. Just don't go there.
100. Kevin, you require
Tell you what area you're
108.
from it. You could have lived anywhere and you'd find Manchester United fans, wouldn't you? When Manchester United was
94.
up there a couple of years ago.
You're trying to somehow say that most Man United fans are not from Manchester.
Nor are most now Manchester City fans.
125. Kevin, you
Or
require
them
14.
Chelsea fans.
He's going to split it. I think this is a good play.
6.
Almost
Shane, you
paid
require
off.
90.
Or soon to be Newcastle fans. The way that one's going.
Tell you who's a Newcastle fan. Keegan Brown. So is Scott Williams, actually.
Yeah, that's game
And
short
that
than the first line.
Is something that Shane can be a fan of. That's a great hit on the bullseye.
Second leg, it's Kevin to throw first.
It's not that Kevin
Game on.
didn't have a chance. He just missed his opportunity, didn't he? Let's look at the leg difference of these two. -6 for Garcia, but
100.
he is now 4 points adrift of Graham, McGurk and Thomas. That's why we think he's gone. He's not mathematically gone.
100.
If he wins his next 4 matches, he can get to 10 points, but This is an enormous ask right now.
180.
Do you want to know what he's got to do? He's got to do what Moreno Blom did a few weeks ago. He finished
99.
with his last 4 matches as a win and ended up winning the group. But this group is very different.
91.
That was the day where Scott Walters didn't win a game. Kevin will be hoping that the same befalls
56.
the person at the top.
Kevin, you require
But I
130.
just don't see that happening.
We don't have a long wait for that Reece Colley game.
98.
Kevin Garcia turns down an opportunity at the ball. Because Reece Colley's back on again next. So against Martin Thomas. Where
100. Kevin, you require
Victory for Reece
32.
Colley. Could start putting
Yeah,
the
that's
doubts
game
out
short
there
in the
for
second leg.
Martin
Kevin
Thomas's
Garcia.
qualification hopes. Kevin Garcia on Wednesday, when it was all done,
Third leg, it's
and he
Shane
couldn't
throw
qualify,
first. Game
played
on.
his best starts. Won 4 out of 5 matches. Now that first game's out the way, and
45.
Kevin Garcia can no longer qualify. Do we now see the best of Kevin Garcia again? Because he's already running at a 96 average.
120.
He's got to fix that, though, hasn't he? He does get too many dots on the floor. And it's not the board, it's the way his dots are gripped,
96.
the way they behave. When they get to the sisal, there are some very wicked deflections happening with his equipment.
Do you know where we're talking about things that happen in different
93.
areas? We would have called that, and that would have been called by the caller as 120 floor.
180.
120 floor plus 60.
140.
You were secretly hoping it was going to happen again, didn't you? Well, it didn't. Oh, it's a good visit from Shane.
100. Kevin, you require
Forceful ton.
148.
This is a good game so far. Another. Very much
140.
like
Shane, you
Wednesday, his
require
proximity
80.
to the 60 has improved today. How many times have we
40.
seen missed single
Kevin, you
20s today?
require 8.
That's at least 3 times already.
No score.
No break of throw.
Shane, you
And he's
require
had 7
40.
darts at a double in this match. He could easily be 3-0 up.
Yeah, that's game short in
But
the
he's
third
2-1
leg.
down.
Shane McGurk.
When we look at the table, Martin Thomas played
Fourth
Kevin
leg, it's
Garcia.
Kevin
in
to
the opening
throw
game.
first.
Martin
Game
Thomas
on.
has won that. He will not need to play Kevin Garcia again. Essentially, that forms some form of alliance between
58.
Martin Thomas and Kevin Garcia. Because every time Kevin Garcia now goes to play, he could be doing Martin Thomas a favour. He is like the secret assassin of Martin Thomas.
140.
Alliances in Modus Modus Super Series darts. I did not expect to be talking about that. They're all pretty much in their own bubble, but in a same sort of way, players will be looking
59.
to other parts of the practice room for help. You're absolutely right. If Garcia is to be eliminated, he could still have a
57.
huge, huge say in who gets through.
And Martin Thomas, because he's already got him out the way, he's had his 2 games against him, he's got his win.
138.
We'll now be looking at Kevin for favours. Kevin Garcia fan club.
139.
Just got a new
Shane, you
subscriber.
require 164.
I think Kevin's made fans this week with some of his play.
41.
But I am going to put
Kevin,
you on the spot
require
at the start of the next leg.
147.
Let's see what happens first.
97.
It's decent.
Shane, you require 123.
Biggest finish of the match is 90. It was hit on the bullseye. Well, He's got that completely wrong, isn't he?
55. Kevin, you require
I think
50.
he was caught with another number in his mind.
He went for the 16s, which would have been the shot if he got the treble 19.
40.
Exactly.
Shane, you require 68.
That shot was a bit like an In Excess song. Mystify, mystify me.
Yeah, that's game short in the
Well,
forward leg. Shane McGuirk.
It's worked out in the end, but I guarantee you that previous visit,
Fifth leg, it's Shane
whether
to
he
throw first.
thought he was on something
Game
else or
on.
not, it doesn't really matter anymore because he is 3-1 up. Shane McGurk's leg difference is currently at -1, thanks to that 4-1 victory against Mike Huntley. If he gets the same result again,
100.
he'll be on +2 with 8 points, and he would go to second position, albeit with players behind him having that game in hand. But at this stage, Matt,
100.
who's winning this week?
Oh, the week. Okay.
140.
He was 11-4 with the bookies yesterday to win the whole week, and I thought that was pretty generous.
Well, the bookies
100.
think the winner of the week isn't coming from this group. Saw Reece Colley top of the group, 4-7 favourite to win it. So we can pretty much say he's going to go through to Saturday.
122.
And he was 7-1, 5th favourite in the overall betting. So the bookies think
97.
the Robert
Shane, you
Owen
require
or
139.
one of the 3 players from Group B, which will finish tonight.
We have not had a Group A
93.
winner go on to be the weekly champion since week 3 of stage 1. That was Graham Hall. There's a bit of a curse going on with that.
90. Shane, you require 46.
You never know. Could be Shane's week. He might be accelerating at the right time. Double 16 for a second consecutive win by 3 legs.
14. Kevin, you require 114.
You asked me yesterday who goes through. Yesterday evening I said Reece Colley. And I fancied that today we was going to see the best of Shane McGurk. He's got 1 win on the board already, 4-1 against Michael Huntley.
Shane, you require
He
32.
could win this one 4-1 here, which will give him 4 points and 6 legs from his opening 2.
No score.
Oh, this is a huge
Kevin, you
opportunity
require
miss. You just don't know
40.
how costly this leg could be.
Yeah, that's game short.
You just
in the
can't
fifth
get rid
leg.
of Kevin Garcia at the minute.
Garcia.
He was down and out against Martin Thomas, and he brought it back to 3-3.
Sixth
That could
leg,
happen
it's
again.
Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Do you know what? I like the way that Marco says Kevin Garcia.
100.
Sure we'll hear it again at some point today.
Rules the R a little bit, doesn't he? Garcia.
Yeah, it's like,
100.
there's almost like another R at the end of it as well. We might hear it again at the end of this leg
140.
because he's racing. 100, 140 here for Kevin. And that leg of McGurk starting to go
66.
wandering again. It's when the pressure's on, isn't it? It moves.
60.
He's not been showing signs of pressure all week long, Kevin. He's really acquitted himself very well.
85.
Is that leg of Shane McGurk his big tell? You used to say Taylor biting the flight was his tell, wasn't it?
60.
Not a clue what mine was. Sure someone's going to tell me.
60. Kevin, you require 141. 117.
Good effort there from Kevin Garcia, but he will return at the 12s. And we might be able to hear not only the yes, from
42.
Marco, but
Kevin, you require
Kevin
24.
Garcia.
Yeah, that's game short in the 6th leg. Kevin Garcia.
Yeah, he's got a bit of Spanish twang in that one. We don't mind that at all. But Shane hates the fact that he's still throwing.
It's Shane to throw first. Game
Multiple
on.
darts missed to win by 4 legs to 1. And now all he wants is just to win the points. If he doesn't win this
96.
game, he's going to be cursing himself.
He was in this position yesterday. Game 1 and game 2.
100.
Produced 12 dart legs. Wonder how much he'd give for a 12 dart leg now.
It's his turn to get a bad
80.
deflection, but he recovers quite well. Doesn't strike me as a feisty young Irish player. We have seen in the past many a person from the
84.
Emerald Isle show a bit of gumption, but he's controlling his temperament very well here, Shane.
Just looking at the spelling of arrow,
40.
and there's enough lines in there that you could spell arrow using arrows, and the O could be like a target.
100.
Are you already thinking about a logo for him?
Yes.
There you go, Shane. Give Edgar a bit of a tweet and he'll help you out.
45.
Unfortunately, nobody is going to help him out in leg 7 here. He's got a really big problem.
171.
That problem is called Kevin Garcia. Because after 12 darts, he's left himself 46. Bit of a miscount. The treble 19 would have left him on tops.
What did he do that for?
30.
I
Kevin,
haven't
you
seen him
require
make that kind of
46.
mistake all week. Sign of tiredness? Double 10.
36.
Get the feeling that Martin Thomas is opening up his bag and getting out the party poppers. So if Kevin Garcia gets this leg, that is good news. for Mark Graham
140.
and Martin
Kevin, you
Thomas.
require
It really is.
10.
It's actually good news for Mike Huntley as well.
And Reece Colley.
Oh boy, but is there a twist?
6.
We were just
Shane, you require
counting the blessings
70.
of Kevin. And all of a sudden, McGurk has found his way to a finish. Double top. What a steal.
Game.
What
Shot
a steal
and a match.
indeed.
Shane McGurk.
Garcia is now mathematically out. What an unbelievable game that was. We all thought it was going to be 4-1 McGurk. Then we thought it was going to be 4-3 Garcia. It turns out it was 4-3 McGurk. Weird game. And that is signified by the averages. Garcia averaged more than 11 more than his opponent, but didn't walk away with the points. But look at the doubling for Garcia. 13 misses in the end. The only darts that McGurk missed were for the match in leg 5. So there you go. McGurk very much in the race on 8 points now. The next game is going to be Martin Thomas against Reece Colley, and we've got to the bottom of the poacher thing. If you want to know more about that, tune in after the break.
Welcome back. What a bizarre game of darts that was, and it does mean that Kevin Garcia is now officially eliminated from this week and can't make it through to finals night. Of course, he will fulfill his remaining fixtures and try and get as high up the table as he possibly can. But it was a 4-3 defeat to Shane McGurk. Garcia missing the opportunity to win the match. He was almost a couple of points away from second place, but suddenly finds himself eliminated. That's how quickly it can turn on Fridays here at the Super Series. But look at the doubling. That was a problem, wasn't it? 13 missed darts at doubles for Kevin Garcia. So the storm peters out, and Shane McGurk suddenly looks like he may be the main contender. We'll get the league table up now to show you that Shane McGurk has pulled 2 clear of Mark Graham and Martin Thomas. Of course, they have games in hand, but Garcia too far behind now. Somebody is definitely going to get to 10 points, and that is a bridge too far for Kevin Garcia. So coming next is a meeting between Martin Thomas and Reece Colley. Collie, who remains unbeaten in this group and is almost there. He got the better of Martin Thomas yesterday, though Thomas had just missed a dart at the bullseye here for a 1-2-4 checkout that would have beaten Reece Colley, the man who came closest to doing that, and will be looking to try and put it right, having missed that opportunity yesterday, though Collie can move closer and all but confirm his place at finals night with a victory in this one. He takes on the Welshman Martin Thomas. Both players won their first match of the day, and Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar are going to talk you through it, and I believe they've got some breaking news.
Yeah, I'm no Jim White, but breaking news. Sorry, my good friend Ian Danta would love that. Right, so we have got to the bottom of the whole poacher thing on the shirt. It's a lovely story, actually, Matt. The meaning of the poacher is the nickname his granddad gave him, and the date on the back of his collar is the date that his granddad passed away. So a nice tribute to his granddad on that shirt, and I love to see things like that. Just going to show that darts is not everything, family is. And what you tend to find with this community, this fraternity of dart players, they spend so much time together that a lot of people think of the darting fraternity as their family.
First leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, we talk about the travelling and things. Like, before I came down here, I was away on exhibitions and doing other things. I was home for about 90 minutes. Just enough time to change the clothes over in the suitcase, and off you go again.
125.
Just goes to show how much time we actually see our families compared to how much we see each other.
140.
I think our viewers would be very interested to hear from people like myself and you, Matt. Who was your best friend on tour when 29. You were playing on tour? Who did you spend most of your time with?
Until he dropped off the tour, it was Steve Hine. And then I roomed with Ryan Searle.
59.
What's Ryan like to spend time with? Because he comes across as a really lovely chap.
Very, very similar to me. And
58.
Like the approach to everything, just like very laid back. Like,
he makes a lot of egg puns.
Not so much egg puns, but he likes playing the computer. He's
140.
Loves them.
Is he the kind of player that would take a console away with him then?
Every time.
Yeah, Jeffrey Desvan was like that.
140. Martin, you require 68.
I brought a console with me this week. It's just not come out the bag.
Too busy watching darts, you see, and calling it in for our loyal fan base. Come on, Martin, stop missing singles.
And that's a double single. He could have had the 16 or the 8 there. He's chose the 11.
32. Reece, you require 149.
One more win for Reece Colley, and he will be mathematically through in my book, because he will be 6 points ahead of Shane McGurk with 3 matches to go, and only Mark Graham
you require 36.
and Mike Huntley can play again in round number 2. That's a wild one.
4. Reece, you require 32.
He's going to pay the price for that.
Yeah, that's game
And he does
short
pay
in the
the
first
price.
leg. Reece Colley.
3 really well thrown darts there. Really attacking that target.
Second leg, it's
Super
Reece
impressed
through
with this lad.
first. Game on.
I think he's got something, that's for sure. We mentioned that British Open win yesterday.
82.
It was good to see somebody like Reece adding his name to an established list. You want to be part of the Roll of Honour of
26.
something, right? I'm very proud of some of the titles that I've won, and the Roll of Honour makes me feel dizzy when I look at it. But that British Open one is esteemed. So you had Steve Hine, Ryan Searle.
140.
Any other really good friends on tour? You hung out with Aaron Beanie a lot, didn't you?
Yes, love Aaron. He was
180.
when I'm away and when I was on tour, you spoke to everybody, but I like to keep
100.
my circle
Reece, you
very
require
small.
105.
Yeah, I know what you mean. 180 left this shot. Double top.
Yeah, that's game
12
short in the
darter
second
from
leg.
absolutely
Reece
nowhere.
Colley.
That is just pocket brilliance from Reece Colley.
Third leg, it's Martin to throw first.
Now, both
Game on.
Matt Edgar and I have said that we fancy Robert Owen to win this week, but he might have to go through Reece Colley first.
140.
Yeah, I've been known to mess around a bit before and do a few jokes and pranks, especially when I go and visit the
58.
sponsors or the manufacturers. They hate me going because I'm just in there messing around all the time and just being silly. But one thing I never was, and never will
140.
be, is silly in the radius of a darts arena. When I go there, it's always been that's
85.
work. That's the place to do it. And John Part mentioned that actually when I was playing in the World Championship once, because he says you might see Matt being silly or doing something else away
100.
from darts, but you'll never see him in a darts arena not being here as a player.
Yeah, that's a big compliment from John.
180. Martin,
And
you
a big
require
compliment we can pay Reece
121.
Colley is the fact that he's averaging over 100. He's got 2 maximums now. And Martin knows exactly what he's got to do to win a leg here. Got to get to a double quicker and be a bit more concise with the outer ring, because he's missed a couple of opportunities, but he should have had more because he's missed singles.
81. Martin, you require 80.
Double top.
45.
And again,
Reece,
he's
you
missed the
require
line by quite some
97.
distance.
$57. Martin, you require 35.
Should be having 3 darts at double right here, but it's only 2.
Yeah, that's game short in the third leg.
Fortunately for him, he only needs the 1. So he's back in this match at 2-1 down.
I once went to
Fourth
see the
leg, it's
sponsors,
Reece to throw first.
and
Game on.
I don't recommend this to anybody who's dealing with sponsors. I don't know how I get away with it, but it undid the chair. And they came and sat down on the chair
40.
and fell back on the floor. They found it really funny. They was laughing.
That's a good job.
Yeah.
Did you sign another contract with them after that?
Yeah, 3-year extension.
Well done.
But when we was travelling, they was driving.
45.
Travelling across country, and they wanted to stop for a drink and a cigarette, and they wouldn't let me sit in the car. I had to get out of the car and stand next to the car
45.
and lock it because they were worried about what I was going to do while they was out of the car.
You've made a rod for your own back there, Edgar. Come on. Now, on the flip side of what we were talking about,
98.
pals on tours, anybody you didn't like? I know everybody wants to hear this.
Normally, it was just whoever beat me, which
48.
was pretty much everyone, but the people I've already mentioned that I've got on with. So, no, I don't think there's anyone.
60.
Everyone's had a couple of bust-ups, haven't they? But normally, the day after you have that bust-up, one of you will go shake the other guy's hand and it's over with within 24 hours.
120.
Yeah, I can attest to that. I've had a couple of arguments with a couple of players who I genuinely like. I had a bit of a bust up with Daryl Gurney for about 24 hours, about 10 years ago.
100.
It was more to do with me than him. He didn't do anything wrong.
Never lasts long, does it? You see each other that often that a day at
47.
most, if it's on the last day, one of you will normally try and find the other person's phone number through contacts to get hold of them.
Actually, I think the biggest hiatus I had from somebody
40.
I like is Gary Anderson. I didn't speak to him for 2 years because we had that trilogy of matches at the UK Open in 2009, 10 and 11. Throughout the period between the 2009 match
80.
and the 2011
Martin
match,
require
we didn't speak to each other.
158.
We avoided each other like the plague. I've known Gary over 2 decades. Ooh, hello.
139. Reece, you require 121.
There's been darts and equipment and everything flying all over in this. If we clip this up, we could make like a fitness DVD.
57.
People picking
Martin,
up
you
their
require
darts.
19.
Yeah, it's like a one-legged lunge, isn't it? A one-legged deadlift. Good for the hamstrings. Double 4.
11. Reece, you require 64.
Put himself one leg away from Saturday night at the darts.
That's game short in the fourth leg. Reece Colley.
He's not going to be able to go to the movies, which is the famous Robson
Fifth
and
leg,
Jerome
it's
song.
Martin to throw first.
Here
Game
it is for the second time this week.
What do you get if you cross the dart player who was 3-1 up here and the first ever world champion? Reece.
36.
Reece Colley and Leighton Reece. It's horrible when you've got to explain your own jokes.
I was trying to think of the flip of that, but that would be Leighton Colley.
125.
Doesn't have the same ring to it.
In the song sense,
60.
Reece is very close to Denise.
We could do the same with Martin, actually, couldn't we? What'd you get if you cross Eddie Lovely's son and the person who's 3-1 down? It'll be Thomas.
80.
Reece looks like he's had
36.
enough of this game. 125, 180. It's a second 36 of the leg for Martin Thomas. So Reece Colley has got a very healthy cushion.
119.
125, 180, 119, 9 darts thrown, 77 left. He's about to go through to Saturday.
100.
Now, which
Reece,
point
you
do we start
require
talking about
77.
Reece Colley maybe getting 20 points from this group? Because he's very much on the cusp of 14 from 14. Ooh, that's 60 points, leaving 17.
61.
Good job, he didn't miss the single. He didn't want to go back to 77.
I think where Martin is at the moment, with one treble in 12
28.
darts.
Reece, you require 16.
I don't think it's going to be too much of a problem if he had to go back.
Game, shot, and a match.
He's not
Reece
going
Colley.
anywhere. He's sitting firmly on the top of the table. Paul Nicholson said, is he going to go 20 from 20? He's certainly showing that so far. By far the standout player of this group. And he's certainly found a way to win, whether it's his A game, his B game, his C game, whatever game it is, Reece Colley wins it. He wins that one against Martin Thomas by 4 legs to 1. Mark Graham, someone who's going to be needing to win if he wants to keep his hopes alive. He's looking close. And he's coming up next. Mark Graham will be playing Michael Huntley.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Reece is the word. He has joined Rob Owen in qualifying for finals night on Saturday. Paul Nicholson, another fantastic performance from Reece Colley, 4-1 against Martin Thomas.
I don't know about you, but I just think he's feeling really comfortable up there. He looks like a young man who is very comfortable with his game. He's not fazed by any of his opponents. That's a really good, solid display. The outer ring stuff is great at 57%. But when you're averaging 90, more often than not, you're going to cause this group a lot of problems. He's been very impressive. 14 points from 14 now.
Collie causing chaos. And is he kind of giving the other players a little bit of a fear factor now? Because that's one of the poorer performances we've seen from Martin.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. I don't think a 90 average is going to scare Robert Owen. But Robert and Reece might not have to face each other until the end of Sunday morning. Going into the final match of the week. So maybe that would be a fitting final, but there's still a long way to go.
Well, let's take a look at the table and get confirmation of that qualification now for Reece Colley. Too far ahead of third place. That's the important point. He can't be caught by a couple of players, which is what would need to happen for him to be knocked out of the top two. Shane McGurk in second, but Mark Graham can go level on 8 points with him if he wins this upcoming match against Michael Huntley, although he needs to win it to keep himself in contention, Paul.
Yeah, so a knockout scenario now, and sometimes that does things to people, doesn't it? So I think it's going to be an interesting game. 2 rounds will be finished after this, and then the middle portion, we'll see Reece Colley with that qualification in the bank. What does he do with a relaxed nature? And he's not going to put any pressure on himself to win the 20 points from 20, but I think we might see the best of him because he's feeling relaxed.
Yeah, so Collie through, Garcia out, the rest of them battling it out for second place now. When this pair met yesterday, Graham did get the better of Huntley. It was a 4-2 success for Mark Graham, but it could have been closer, couldn't it?
Yeah, it could have been. I think there's been a lot of games this week which Mike would probably say he's left points out there. Well, this was probably one of them. But ultimately, Mark Graham, he's in the fighting position to get into that second position, whereas Huntley's going to have to win all of his games and get everything go his way.
Are you still going, Graham?
Yes.
Mark Graham then looking to edge closer to making Paul Nicholson seem like a bit of a genius here and get the top 2 right. Let's find out if he can. He takes on Michael Huntley in game number 6.
Michael Huntley, been here all week. He's kind of found better levels as the week has gone on. He was a couple of darts away from really giving Shane McGurk a scare in his opening game. Missed that 1-5-7 finish and the 3 darts at the 7s, and that one could have gone completely different. Mark Graham qualified for the WDF World Championship down at Lakeside. Made his debut there. Didn't go his way in defeat to Dave Prins, but certainly shown enough here that he could make a return to that Lakeside
first leg,
stage.
it's Michael to throw first. Game on.
Putting in the miles on the travelling. Currently ranked number 63 in the WDF system. So he's not too far away from a Lakeside place. And
180.
there's a couple of good events coming up. Couple of gold events coming up there, your big ranking tournaments. Bit of a run in one of those, and
100.
could see Mark return to Lakeside. And that event comes back for their next instalment of the World Championship.
100.
Michael Huntley will be hoping to take part in the World Championship himself. Very high up in the senior darts world rankings.
180.
Hitting a 180 in the opening 6 darts thrown.
85.
That Seniors World Championship takes place at the Circus Tavern, somewhere you'll have quite fond memories of yourself.
Yep. Pretty good at the end of January 2010.
Michael, you require 136.
I actually won that major title on the same day of the year as Johnny Clayton's Masters.
60. Mark, you require 130.
11 years apart. This is looking encouraging.
No
and
score.
He's done a Phil Taylor.
Michael, you require 76.
Phil did that twice at Minehead against Aidan Kirk, busting the 130. And Huntley
36. Mark, you
maybe
require
back.
130.
Well, when Taylor did this, he found the 2 treble 20s again and hit the double 12, I think it was, or the single 12.
58. Michael, you require 40.
At least when you go for the bullseye, you can't bust the score.
Yeah, that's game
But he
short
has
in the
lost the
first
leg, and
leg.
Huntley goes 1-0
Michael
up.
Huntley.
Do you believe in
Second leg, it's Mark to throw
venue
first.
vibes?
Game on.
that a venue can feel like a winning venue or a negative, like when you go to a venue, it's like, oh, here we go again. This is a bad venue.
Yeah,
80.
100%. I played 5 competitive matches at the Circus Tavern, won all 5. So by that token, you would think,
40.
well, in the Players' Championship final, surely you loved that tournament. I played in that tournament a few more times and never won another match. So the only time I actually won in that tournament was when I won it.
58.
As for Minehead itself, as a player, not a fan. As a fan, love it. As a commentator, love it.
100.
But just couldn't really get to grips with Minehead as a player.
The main arena at Minehead on the eye is one of the best starting arenas
180.
that the PDC have got.
I'd agree with that. It's actually the biggest crowd I've ever played in front of.
125.
It's Michael Van Gerwen, 4,500 people. What was your favourite venue and your least favourite?
133.
My overall favourite is somewhere I've never had the luxury of playing, which is the Winter Gardens, Blackpool. Love the place. And I've got so many
100. Mark, you
attachments to
require
the venue.
50.
I did used to like Bolton.
Yeah, that's game short in the second leg. Mark Graham.
That's a very good leg, isn't it? 14 darts from Mark Graham to deny Mike the chance
Third leg,
of
it's
going
Michael
2-0
to
up.
throw first. Game on.
If you look a little deeper into what Mark's doing, I think he's looking sharp today. He's got that nice mix of 1 day of action in the bank and a little bit more freshness than the likes of Shane McGurk, Mike Huntley, and Kevin Garcia, who are now on their 5th day.
60.
Well, I mentioned when you was on your way down that Michael Huntley, for me, has looked better every day.
140.
He was very good in his game against Shane McGurk. Couple of missed opportunities cost him in that one. He's running 97
80.
average at the early part of this game.
Hasn't broken 100 this week. In fact, no player in this group has.
38.
We did see a belter of a performance last night from Scott Walters. He was over 120 for the first couple of legs, and then it came all the way down to 105, but his finishing in that game was about as good as you will ever see.
96.
Do you want to know how good that finishing was from Walters? He made Richard North
24.
speechless. Say no more.
Nothing can be that good, can it? We heard Richard Nutt all night. He's got one of them voices. Unique, rare
133.
voices. Like John Part. Doesn't matter where John Part sits in the room, you can hear what he is saying.
You trying to tell me that Richard North has missed his calling as a town crier?
99. Mark, you require 132.
I reckon I'm the only person in the world that's ever compared Richard North with John Part.
I think you're right.
Because
One of them I'd have on my quiz team, the other one not
Michael,
so
you
much.
require 100.
at least with John Part, you can hear him everywhere, but you don't mind listening to John Part.
You went there,
80.
and Mike did not go
Mark,
to
you
double
require
10,
78.
giving Mark a chance. It's 78 and 2-1. Treble still required.
63.
Didn't get anything you wanted there, really.
Michael, you require 20.
2 10s is what Michael's going to want here. Himself halfway to victory. Wayward. Better.
No score.
That wouldn't have
Mark, you
sold as
require
much in the way of
15.
cinema tickets, would it? Halfway to victory as opposed to escape to victory with Pelly and Bobby Moore and Michael Caine.
7. Michael, you require 20.
You don't need me to tell you how he feels. He's just showed you.
You know way too many movies. Do you know any movies for 2 10s or double 10 or winning a leg?
The Royal Tenenbaums.
That's game short in the third leg. Michael Huntley.
What's your next question? Movie trivia. It's one of my strongest subjects.
Fourth leg is Mark to throw first.
You've never seen Escape to
Game
Victory
on.
with Pelly and Bobby Moore, Michael Caine, Bobby Charlton.
Do you have any movies for not happy with success?
41.
Because Michael Huntley just won that leg and he's gone and took it out on his towel.
That poor towel. A movie for not liking success.
99.
That's a tricky one. Gladiator.
130.
Because when he's finished with Germania, he wants to go back home, and the Emperor wants him to be
60.
the guardian of Rome, and he says, with all my heart, no. So success was not what Maximus wanted. He wanted to go home to his family. So there you go.
28.
And the Emperor was called Marcus Aurelius.
For some reason.
60.
As soon as you said the Emperor's Court, I thought he was going to say Ming. Should be Flash
Oh,
Gordon.
it would be. It's not Emperor, it's Caesar, isn't it? So I'm getting a bit twisted there.
78.
I'm amazed that nobody's gone for Ming the Merciless from the Flash Gordon movies as a baddie.
21. 60.
If you've got any darts trivia questions, by all means, you can get in touch with us at MSS Darts. You've got 2 of the leading minds in the world of darts in the commentary box today. If there's something you'd like to know, maybe we already know it and we can tell you what it is. Mark Graham knows how to get 160.
95. Mark, you require
He'd love to
160.
get this. Bit like Kevin Keegan. He would love it.
Yeah,
And he
that's
does
game
love
short
it.
in the
What a
fourth
shot.
leg. Mark Graham.
Tremendous.
He had one of them yesterday, didn't he? He had the 164.
Fifth leg is Michael to throw
Same sort of
first.
thing where you got to
Game
get
on.
the 2 trebles to have a poke at the finish. Excellent darts. I just
60.
can't predict which way this one's going to go. You'd probably say Mark Graham is just finding a little bit more.
100.
It's mostly around about those wayward darts that Michael Huntley's just slipping in.
140.
He slipped one in the last leg, which moved him onto a 166 finish, which meant that Mark Graham, even if he'd have missed that 160, would have returned.
121.
If Huntley does lose this match and he is going home,
66.
I wonder what he's going to do this weekend. Don't think he's going to throw darts for a couple of days. And that is the right thing to do. When you've had 5 days competitive action. Oh, what's that?
120.
What's that called? Defying physics by balancing his own dart in between 2 other barrels.
65. Mark, you require 160.
I think the flight might have been touching the board, but not the point.
To do it again. That would have been brutal, wouldn't it? 2.
80.
Was it?
Michael, you require
Yeah,
170.
his third dart is killing him right now. If it's not sticking in the board, And falling on the floor, it's
60.
doing a trapeze
Mark, you require
act
80.
with his own equipment. Well, at least he's not going to be in the way of the 60 here, because double 10's all the way down there.
That's game short.
And that is now
Mark
a 14 darter. And if you think about that leg, he had 2 darts that didn't even register.
6 leg, it's Mark to throw first. Game on.
So they felt like he was just finding that little bit more. So 12 scoring darts. And he's broke the throw. And he's finding even more now.
139.
I'll tell you a little story about playing well and not having every dart register. I remember it was back in the year 2000.
81.
Pulp.
Segue. First game of the county season back in 2000. 18 darts. Northumberland playing Derbyshire.
140.
I made my 18 debut and lost to a guy called Gary Butcher.
You did ask the question.
47.
Are there any other butchers in darts?
Well, there is a Gary Butcher. There you go. Good player. But anyway, in that A team in Northumberland, we had a guy by the name of
95.
Mac Murphy. What a player. One of the best players I've seen live who has not decided to take it any further. Tremendous talent. I was one of the chalkers on stage for his game. He won 3-0.
127.
Averaged over 111 and had 3 bounce outs in the game.
87.
I've never forgotten that.
Smart darts there from Mark Graham. Refused the dart of the ball to leave himself on the tops.
83.
He can do that when
Mark,
Huntley's
you
back on
require
255.
40.
Up to 12 darts again.
I think Huntley is resigned to his fate.
Game.
And
Shot.
Mark Graham is very much in the running
Graham.
because he's now on 8 points with Shane McGurk. There's going to be a bit of a race happening. Round 2 is done. And look at the stats there from Mark Graham. Very decent indeed. In fact, quite similar to what we saw from Reece Colley in game number 5. An average over 90. Decent checkout percentage, but that 160 checkout, that really was a highlight. Well done, Mark. You're still in the running for the top 2 spots. And it will be a bit of a swan song for Michael Huntley when he plays his final 3 games. We're going to see Reece Colley again up against Shane McGurk in match 7. This could have a huge bearing on who qualifies and who doesn't.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Yes, it was Conan Whitehead who struck gold in the first MODUS Super Series stage, winning £20,000 at the Champions Week finals night. And that's what they're all playing for now in stage 2. And it was, well, Golden Graham, wasn't it, in the last match? He's becoming a bit of a serial finisher, a 164 yesterday and a 160 today in that 4-2 win over Michael Huntley. An average of 91 as well. Decent stuff for him. He's certainly firmly in contention to be at this week's finals night. Remember, one player from each week gets through after 12 weeks. Then we have Champions Week, and Mark Graham is certainly in the mix. We'll have a look at the league table just to show you how things stand. And Reece Colley is clear at the top of it. Mark Graham just behind him, along with Shane McGurk. So a big game coming up next. Martin Thomas still in contention himself, but that defeat for Michael Huntley probably rules him out of the race. Kevin Garcia was ruled out a while ago. So now it is Reece Colley who is so far unbeaten in this group. He takes on Shane McGurk, and when the pair met yesterday, Colley did get over the line, but McGurk had missed 3 match starts at this point, including 2 in that deciding leg. So he knows that he can run Colley close. It's happened a couple of times, but nobody so far has managed to stop Reece taking the points. Will that change here? Will he take his foot off the gas now he's already through, or is he going for that golden 20 points? Let's find out. Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar will talk you through it.
Thanks again, Chris. Yeah, McGurk is now in a position to try and qualify, but he can't take his foot off the pedal, whereas Reece Colley knows he's going to be here on Saturday. Not that he is going to take his foot off the pedal either, but he can relax and just play with no pressure. Isn't it good to see 2 young lads in their 20s going at it here in the middle portion of Friday's Group C action?
Well, if you add Reece Colley and Shane McGurk's age together, that equals Martin Thomas.
Or Mike Huntley.
This is algebra using
First
darts,
leg,
please.
it's Reece to throw first. Game on.
I think that's how algebra works, isn't it?
X plus Y equals Z. So X is Reece, Y is Shane,
92.
and Huntley is Z. So yes, that's how algebra works.
134.
Did you enjoy maths at school?
Hated it.
So you ended up in a sport that needed a lot of maths.
Yes.
80.
Yeah. Worked out well, that, didn't it? I mentioned earlier, Martin Thomas would become a Kevin
93.
Garcia fan because Kevin Garcia was out of the running. Reece Colley is now out of the mix of the bowl
99.
that has the ingredients of Shane McGurk, Martin Thomas, and Mark Graham, who are trying to mix it up for that second place. They will now hope
140.
that Reece Colley, especially Martin Thomas, who's already played Reece Colley, that Reece Colley moves on to try and get those 20
45.
points.
Shane, you require 134.
And this is the most important game for the rest of the day that Colley's going to have. Because this one could affect
84.
the qualifying spots, whereas the final 2 games that Reece has got against Kevin Garcia and Michael Huntley don't really mean anything because those 2 guys are eliminated and Reece is already through.
145. Shane, you require
So this
50.
is the last meaningful match that Chaos will have until Saturday night.
30. Reece, you require 40.
Let's see if that's costly. Like Murph mentioned, he did miss vital shots yesterday.
Yeah, that's game short in the
and
first
pays
leg.
the price
Reece
again.
Colley.
So 6 players will be here tomorrow night.
Second
No
leg,
2 of
it's
them.
Shane to throw first.
Robert
Game
Owen,
on.
the winner of Group A. Reece Colley, either the winner or the runner-up of this group. It'll be one of the two.
76.
We'll be there on Saturday night. 4 places remain. There's 1 more going to come through this group. And then 3 will be chosen tonight. The top 3,
100.
the 5 players that will be taking part in Group B.
Don't forget, you can be here if you are free on Saturday night. Go to dartshop.tv for your free tickets. And you could be in that
59.
audience seeing who is crowned the Week 1 champion. And then whoever wins on Saturday night into Sunday morning will have to wait until after Christmas
43.
and into 2023 for the Stage 2 finals. I can't believe we're talking about 2023 already.
59.
Where is this year gone?
Probably all the Christmas vibes that you've been having the last couple of days.
Stop.
58.
Halloween on Monday 1st. Then it's Bonfire Night on November the 5th. And then even before we start talking about Christmas, we've got Grand Slam of
58.
Darts. We've got Players' Championship finals and a whole host of Super Series action. When it's December, bring up Christmas.
I think Phil Bars is going in the attic, isn't he, after this weekend,
44.
getting the tray out?
Is that the one for his car?
60.
I did actually see some tinsel yesterday when I was walking around Portsmouth. I thought, you got to be kidding me. Someone's got the
45.
Christmas decks up. But there's a lot of people around here who have got Halloween decks up. When was that a thing?
There was a house I walked past yesterday.
94.
It had like a demonic figure in the window with
Yeah.
green lights on it.
Class. Really like it.
It was really well done.
81. Shane, you
There's also
require
another window I
95.
passed a couple of times this week already where there's lots of bloody handprints and it says help. And at the bottom, in blood, it's got written, he's coming.
59.
It's sinister.
We should require 130.
Guess who's coming here? A 130 out for Reece Colley. Double 5.
120.
He
Shane, you
misses.
require 36.
But he doesn't do what Mark Graham did in the previous match by busting the 130 on a single 12.
Yeah, that's game short in the second leg. Shane McGurk.
So 1-1 it is. And Shane McGurk is now at a point in his debut week
Third leg, it's
feeling
Reece to
something
throw
he's probably
first.
never felt
Game
before.
on.
The urgency of having to win matches and no more chances beyond it.
96.
Now, if he does lose this game, he would dearly like Martin Thomas to beat Mark Graham, and that would mean that there'll be 3 players on 8 points
42.
going into round number 4. Hashtag case watch.
95.
Broken stem watch. They're both happening in this game. Yeah, I'm liking the position of the case for Shane in this one, but I'm still not liking the fact that he's using that broken stem.
96.
Surely he's got one that he can replace it with. He's going to be playing for £5,000 tomorrow night.
100.
That last flight was flickering. It almost came out again. Somebody give him a new stem. Honestly, I'm going to go into that practice room in a minute and I'm going to give him one
60.
myself.
60.
Really good aluminium stems at catching the flight and keeping them in place, but they are susceptible sometimes to, when they hit, the ends of them
133.
tend
We should
to
require
skew away
150.
and they lose their purchase. We've seen 170 finish this
90.
week
Shane,
from
you
Jim
require
McEwen.
170.
That was on Tuesday.
$64. Reece requires 60.
We're halfway.
Yeah, that's game short in the third
He's
leg.
all the way
Reece Colley.
in terms of qualifying for Saturday, but he's halfway to beating Shane McGurk in this one. A race to
Forward
4.
leg, it's Shane to throw first. Game on.
Is chaos an anagram for anything? Can you make another word out of the letters in chaos?
97.
I'm going to try. Do you have to use all the letters, or?
You know what an
70.
anagram is? Well, you can't have a or so.
134.
What's that? Is that countdown, isn't it? Where you got all the letters and you've got.
Yeah.
I'm sure if Mr. Bevins was here, he'd be able to help us with it. He'd probably have about 7 anagrams already.
Yeah, well, he's good at the old conundrums, which is finding a 9-letter word at the
60.
very end. I can hear the clickety-click of
42.
Twitter keyboards, people saying, this is what the anagram of chaos is.
Yeah, someone help me out. I don't have the big vocabulary of someone like a Bevins.
80.
So I can give you a 3-letter word. Has.
$59. Shane, you require 130.
Yeah, 3's my best.
Shane was looking for 3 of the best right there.
82.
He'll take that. It's actually a good leave, considering where Reece is.
70. Shane, you require 48.
There is the danger that when Reece gets the news that he is qualified, that he might relax too much. You do need that little burst of adrenaline now and again to keep you
Shane McGurk.
in a really focused state of mind. And this one is looking like a close game. Averages are almost
Fifth
identical.
leg, it's Reece to throw first. Game on.
The thing about this room is where Chris Murphy is literally on the balcony at the back of
85.
this room. Reece Colley would have heard Chris Murphy say those words. Reece Colley is already through to Saturday. If he didn't know
140.
you would have no doubt heard Chris Murphy explain that just before this game started.
Something else as well.
25.
A lot of our fans at home might wonder, well, surely they can just check Twitter or Facebook or Instagram and check what the scenario is. Doesn't work that way. Prior to play, they do not have access to electronic devices. So they have to rely on their own mathematical skills in their brain
95.
or a bit of hearsay around the arena. All of a sudden,
145.
McGurk is going berserk. That'd be a good nickname for him. Berserk McGurk.
Well, the best leg we've seen so far this week
29.
is 11.
Shane, you require
We've
36.
seen it multiple times. We've not seen the 10.
I think he's going to split. Well, what would you do here? I'd just go back to double 18.
No score.
Good call.
This would be for a breaker throw, so Reece Colley is
100.
facing
Shane, you require
his
36.
first defeat of the week.
Yeah, that's game short in the 5th flag.
It's a very
Shane
good
McGurk.
leg. Break a throw it is.
6th flag, it's Shane to throw first. Game on.
Do you think Reece just needs one more win just to sew up top spot? Or do you think he's done enough already?
I think,
137.
honestly, I don't think he cares. I think he just wants to get through. I don't think he's too bothered. I think the goal,
82.
when you look at his interview, was just qualify. But I also think looking forward, with the games he's got to come, he's going
59.
to finish top anyway.
He's got himself a bonus cash amount going into Saturday night, no matter what happens there, but he would love to have the £5,000 winner's check from Sunday morning, which would make him considerably richer than me.
And there's Harry Enfield again.
There you
92.
go.
87.
It's one of Mark Webster's favourite sketches, that you know. The guys who think they're considerably richer than you.
137. Reece, you require 152.
To stay in the match.
One of my favourite was one that we'll probably be speaking about at some point.
58.
The
Shane,
way
you
this group
require
has gone when
76.
they've been going for big numbers, and it's, I don't believe you wanted to do that.
That's a great character.
I don't believe he wanted to do
36. Reece, you require 94.
Unbelievable. Lined up so well. Double-double. Not happening, and
54.
Shane McGurk is
Shane,
getting
you
the rub of the
require
green.
40.
He's the only person this week who has beaten Robert Owen. Is he the first person to beat Reece Colley?
$30.
Not yet.
Reece, you require 40.
To go all the way and once again become the favourite to win this game.
Yeah, that's game
He's
short
the
in the
favourite to win
sixth
the group.
leg. Reece Colley.
Or the 7th favourite at the start of the play. He was the 5th favourite to win the week.
7th and final
He's
leg. It's
now
Reece to throw
The favourite
first.
to win this
Game
game
on.
because he has the advantage of throw.
You trying to tell me that you didn't want to do that guy as your favourite Harry Enfield
30.
character?
Is the one that lives on the longest. You know, like...
You think?
Well,
More than Kevin and Perry?
I think Kevin and Perry's more watched, but
76.
you wouldn't see someone reverse the car into a bollard and think of Kevin and Perry. You'd go, oh, don't believe you wanted to do that.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
44.
He did have some really good co-stars as well, like Kathy Burke and Paul Whitehouse.
100.
Martin Clunes was in that as well.
The one I used to like was Wayne and Waynetta.
Oh, the Slobs.
57.
When they won the lottery.
Yeah.
And they turned pot, and just at the end of every sentence went, what?
45.
Some of the lines we can't repeat on TV before 9 o'clock.
140.
If he was Wayne and Waynetta there, you'd have called that with the 140, what? Just to put a bit of
85.
class into the commentary box.
You might have started something now. Bit of posh starts coming.
100.
Only a ton, though.
Just as long as we don't get the Stone Cold Steve Austin watts. When it's 100, what? Marco, 100, what? Could go on forever.
I'll tell you one thing. If Reece Colley takes this 130, I will say what.
54.
McGurk has already had his
Shane,
chance to beat Collie.
60.
He gets another to reverse yesterday's fixture.
Game.
And he does
shot,
do it this
and a
time,
match.
inflicting the
Shane
first
McGurk.
defeat on Reece Colley this week. It's not going to have any bearing on who qualifies as far as Reece is concerned, but it has a huge bearing on whether McGurk will make it, because that 4-3 win now gets him to 10 points and a plus leg difference as well. Only by the one leg, but he's definitely trending in the right direction. More pressure now on Mark Graham. He takes on Martin Thomas in Game 9. But before we go there, it's going to be the all-ADC qualifying battle between Garcia and Huntley. Both have been eliminated, but let's see who wins that one anyway after this short break.
So Collie wobbles here at the Super Series. Reece defeated for the first time. Shane McGurk getting the better of the league leader and the man who's already through. A 4-3 success for McGurk in that last match. He had missed 3 match starts just as he did yesterday, but this time he came back and got a break of throw in the last leg decider to inflict the first defeat of the week on Reece Colley and to put himself in a great position to qualify. Shane McGurk moves on to 10 points in Group C and puts the pressure on Mark Graham, who needs to win his next game to join him. He faces Martin Thomas, who, of course, needs to win it himself to remain in contention. So that'll become a really important match in a couple of games' time. But before that, we've got Michael Huntley against Kevin Garcia in the battle of the amateur darts circuit qualifiers. And when the pair met yesterday, we saw Michael Huntley get a 4-1 victory against his fellow ADC qualifier. Now, both players really effectively out of contention. Garcia mathematically, Huntley would need a bit of a mathematical miracle to get through, but both have represented the ADC well. I think that is fair to say. And if you are wondering how you could qualify through that system, all you need to do is go to the ADC website, ukdartcircuit.com, or follow them on Twitter at dartcircuit, and all the information will be there. Any amateur player can enter their events, and there is a qualification route to play here at the Super Series on the big stage and put yourself in contention for the chance to win the £20,000 first prize. I think it would be a wise move for any budding amateur darts players watching this, thinking, you know what, I could do that. I'm sure Paul Nicholson and Matt Igger would agree. It really is as easy as ADC.
I think you might have just given them their new tagline. What do you think about that line, Matt? I like that a lot. So there you go, ADC guys. Chris Murphy's invoice is in the mail. So the 5th meeting of these two this week, it's 2-2. So the battle of the ADC qualifiers does have something on the line. Bragging rights. Let's see who wins this one. Garcia and Huntley have failed to register points today. So there's a bit more on it as well. They don't want to be the wooden spoon for the day, and they do not want to be the wooden spoon in the table. Currently Garcia at the foot on 2 points.
Game on.
After the last day and a half.
So it's easy as ADC. Will he start off with 1, 2, 3?
43.
It's 43.
Doesn't have the same ring to it.
36.
It's at this part of the week where we sometimes see a few questionable displays. And by questionable, I mean
59.
when that adrenaline leaves your body, the arm gets a bit floppy, the brain goes to mush. You've got to find an extra piece of motivation
81.
from somewhere, and that is called pride. You go up there with pride and you give everything you've got in your final 3 games. You want to leave this place
133.
with that pride intact. And I firmly believe these two have acquitted themselves really well. It just so happens that the other players have done more.
100.
Yeah, at times have shown glimpses of real quality.
137.
Kevin Garcia on the outer ring, 57% on one of his days.
60.
Just
Kevin,
goes
you
to show
require
that
129.
If it was all about qualifying on Wednesday and Wednesday alone, he would have done all right.
57.
But it is a long slog. It's about multiple days of action, getting the formula right more than once.
44. Kevin, you require 72.
Double 12.
66.
Oh, and he finds himself lumbered on Richard Ashdown's favourite double.
140. Kevin, you require 6.
What would you rather have? Double 3 or 2 double 2?
I would rather go straight for this. But that's not ideal for Kevin. That is a good move.
2. Michael, you require 40.
He had a wicked double 3 yesterday. I'm surprised he actually went for the split option there.
20. Kevin, you require 4.
I just noticed something about the Huntley game. I'll bring it up in the next leg. See if Garcia can take this in 8 visits.
Yeah, that's
Yes,
game
he
short
can.
in
That's
the
a really
first
good
leg.
find.
Kevin Garcia.
It's not a good leg. It's 24 darts. But that's now scrubbed as we go into leg 2. But if you
Second
look at
leg
the
is
action
Michael the
here
throw
of Huntley,
first. Game on.
it's very Johnny Clayton-like. There's that prod. And then the extension. So it's prod, extension. It's not as pronounced.
99.
It's still very similar. If you are interested,
100.
the venue record for an average here at the Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth is 115.62. I'm still hopeful by the end of the year that someone's going to break 120.
140.
We nearly had that last night, didn't we? At one point, Scott Walters was threatening that.
125.
Scott Walters obviously topping Group B going into tonight's action.
Jason Askew's probably thinking that his Super Series average record of over 118 will
41.
always stand. In the grand scheme of world darts, I think one of the best records
56.
is that double star average record for Alan Warner. Alan Warner, little as he's known now. It has stood for 21 years. And it was not bettered this year at the World Grand Prix.
140.
So it will stand for at least 22 years. Imagine averaging over 106.
120. Michael, you require 81.
That was over a pretty decent format as well. It's better than anything we've seen this week. In fact, 105.47 is the best we have seen. Double 13.
55.
It was that close to leveling
Kevin, you
things
require
up.
100.
Kevin's been mopping these up throughout the week. Puts his bucket away on this occasion.
40. Michael, you require 26.
This is the second least used
Yeah, that's game
double
short in the second
on the
leg.
dartboard here
Michael
at the Super
Huntley.
Series. The other one is double 17, which very rarely gets a look.
Third
A
leg,
couple of
it's
times
Kevin
double
to throw
17's been hit
first.
this week, but
Game
double
on.
13 gets a little bit more action, but not much. Whenever you see a
81.
skyline on a dart shirt like you've got on Kev's there, the attention to detail is incredible sometimes, because
83.
someone like Colin Ridds or Chris Dorby, they'll make sure it's a Newcastle skyline. Do you think that is just a bog standard skyline, or does it actually
58.
represent anything?
I can't see anything in it at the
100.
moment that looks familiar.
$43.
There's a lot of tall buildings. I'm looking at the tall buildings,
95.
and it's almost, I mean, New Yorkie?
Yeah, it looks a bit New Yorky. It's the one in America, not the one in North Tyneside.
140.
Did you know that there's a New York in North Tyneside?
I'm glad I do now, because the missus always says she wants to go to New York. I can take her
See,
there. I
there
can-
you go.
yeah.
You heard it first, Mrs. Edgar. When he takes you to New York, it's not going to be North Tyneside. It's not far from Whitley Bay.
I'm getting so
85.
excited. I'm going to get back. I'm going to take you to New York.
What you could say is, I'm going to take you to Melbourne.
139. Michael, you
Isn't there one in
require
the Midlands?
138.
This is where geography would come in handy for me, I think.
You want to go to Perth, you go to Scotland instead of Australia.
42. Kevin, you require 40.
This could be a good leg.
Yeah, that's
And it is a good
short
leg.
in the
16
third
darts
leg.
it is for
Kevin
Garcia.
Garcia.
Can imagine that version of New York as well.
Forward leg, it's Michael to
It'd be
throw
much
first.
cheaper
Game on.
to get to.
Yeah.
And I'm a big fan of cheaper.
It's not a great deal there, actually.
95.
Not far from where my grandfather lives.
We've spoke about going to New York
58.
before, and it's sort of on the to-do list for next year.
You could go to Madison Square Garden and watch the World Series next year.
Well, when I was
100.
we were looking at doing that, straight away she went, right, and you'll appreciate this being how you are. She was like, I'll do an itinerary.
93.
We'll have a places to go list. We'll have a this list, that list. I'm like, no, I don't want to go there and work off a list. I want to go there and just experience it. But she's like, no, we need an itinerary to know where we've got to go and what we're going to do so we can make the most of it. And we had a longer debate about
98.
having a list or not having a list than anything else to do with that trip.
The only thing you need to do in New York City is go to Serendipity 3 that serves the world's most famous hot chocolate.
134.
That cafe is so famous. It actually had a movie named after it.
121.
Kate
Michael, you
Beckinsale.
require 32.
Need I say any more?
Yeah, that's game shot in the
That
fourth
is game
leg.
shot on
Michael
the fourth leg
Huntley.
to Mike Huntley. So far this week, they've had 3 4-3
Fifth leg, it's Kevin to
scorelines.
throw first.
2 of them
Game
taken
on.
by Garcia. The opening encounter on Monday taken by Huntley. And yesterday, Huntley won by 4 legs to 1.
93.
Tell you who else is in that movie, Serendipity. One of my favourite actors, Jeremy Piven. He's one of my style icons.
100.
He's a comedian and
Yeah.
a very good actor.
Do you know one of my favourite actors is? Michelle Keegan.
Oh, I've heard you say that
98.
in a different context earlier this week.
Big fan of her work.
40.
Is that just the answer to everything? If I was to ask you, what would you like for Christmas? Who would you like to have dinner with?
100.
Name a former Coronation Street actress.
All of the
100.
above.
There is a school of thought that The Godfather, the movie, is the answer
80.
to everything. Did you know that? Something in relation to The Godfather is the answer to any question.
100. Kevin, you require
You're probably going to
130.
turn off and walk off after this. I've never watched the movie.
Let's focus on the darts, shall we? Before I say something I regret.
58. Michael, you require
Come on, Mike, you
161.
wanted to hit this. Be the biggest finish of the day, not of the group.
97. Kevin,
2
you
darts for
require
both.
72.
Someone's got to take the lead. Might be our Kev.
52. Michael, you require 64.
Lovely dart. Double 4.
56. Kevin, you require 20.
The exasperation, the despair is written all over his body language. Double 5.
10. Michael, you require 8.
I think they're both feeling a little bit empty now.
Yeah, that's game short in the fifth
I think
flag.
of the two,
Michael Huntley.
Huntley's brought the better level of performance today.
Sixth flag is
Certainly when
Michael
it
the
looks at
throw
those
first.
sort of high-end legs. Obviously, Kevin Garcia did have that good game with Shane McGurk. He missed 13 darts at the double in that one.
100.
Earlier on in the week, we were talking about how Kevin Garcia was so good on the outer ring. 13 darts missed in his last game, and he's missed 10 in
60.
this one. So that's certainly breaking down for him the more the week continues.
You were saying earlier that
60.
you didn't want to do that guy was the most widely used thing from Harry Enfield and Chums. Are you saying that that is more
93.
part of modern society than the Scousers?
I think there's not much from that sketch now that
121.
still exists. I think a lot of what we do, I think a very small niche
99.
audience of very childish-minded grown men still use references every now and then
140.
from that show, but I don't think there's many people that would know what we're on about.
I think you're right in that respect, but
30.
when
Michael,
I
you
was growing
require
up, it
80.
was something that everybody would mention. If I mentioned it to these two guys, they'd know exactly what I'm talking about. Huntley is looking to win it right here.
60.
Oh, so close to winning the head-to-head battle of the ADC guys. Garcia could be languished on 2 points and even further behind. peloton in the middle.
130. Michael, you require
Huntley
20.
takes this. This is to win game 8. Well, for a second, he thought that was in. So did I.
Game.
That one is.
Shot. And
he wins the battle
Michael
of the
Huntley.
ADC qualifiers. 3 games to 2. And Garcia is looking like he's going to spend another couple of days in the basement. Well, it's going to be another couple of games in the basement because he's got 2 games left. But Mark Graham and Martin Thomas, an all-Welsh battle in match number 9, bringing us to the end of round 3. It's important. It's very important, so don't miss that one next.
Welcome back to the action here at the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen the last clash of the week between the two amateur darts circuit qualifiers. Kevin Garcia losing out 4-2 to Michael Huntley in that one. Garcia has been ruled out of qualifying for a while now, so understandable that maybe he's feeling a little bit flat. Huntley still has an outside chance, but it is a huge ask for him to get through. In fact, things could go beyond him in the very next game, but a good win for him and a good display over the course of the week for the two ADC qualifiers. Now then, attention turns to a match that really does matter in the context of this group, as Mark Graham takes on Martin Thomas in a game that could decide a lot of things, basically whether it will be a 2-horse race or a 3-horse race for that second spot behind Reece Colley in this group. As you can see, Collie already through on 14 points, McGurk behind him on 10, but Mark Graham can join him and make it effectively 2 runners for that second spot, or Thomas can join Graham on 8 and keep himself tight behind McGurk and in close contention. Probably the result that McGurk wants. Mark Graham, though, well, he has been very, very dangerous with his finishers so far this week, but he came a bit of a cropper with this particular one. All looking good for Mark Graham with 2 treble 20s, but then going for the double 5, oh dear, and ended up busting the score. However, it's not all bad for Mark Graham, because this time it's 2 treble 20s and tops required in his match against Michael Huntley, and he took it out sweetly to go with a 164 that he got earlier in the week. So some brilliant finishing from him, despite that little bit of a blip on the 130. Won't want a blip here against Martin Thomas, because it's a real chance to rule another player out of the race effectively. So let's see if Graham has got what it takes, or whether Thomas can take it closer towards the end of the day. Nico and Matt Edgar in commentary to talk you through it.
Thanks, Murph. Yes, a big game here, and maybe the last chance saloon for Martin Thomas. He's been hanging on by the skin of his teeth for the last couple of days. And you're right about Mark Graham. He's looked dangerous. But if he does get the 10 points here to end round 3, it means that Graham could be on 10 points aside McGurk after playing the same amount of matches. What are your thoughts on this one, Matt, as the 50-year-old takes on the 45-year-old?
I don't think Martin Thomas has looked or felt confident at any point of this tournament so far. And this is the time where he needs to dig deep and ask himself for a response.
First leg is marked to throw first.
If he loses this game, he is out, or as good as out, in terms of qualification through for Saturday. And when you're not sure if you've got the answers,
70,
you don't want to start asking yourself questions.
Well, yesterday it was funny because you had a conversation with Mike Huntley, didn't you, about what am I doing wrong? How can I get better? It's funny, I got the same question from Martin Thomas, and I said, from our angle, it doesn't look like you're doing much different
66
to what you were doing before when you were getting to the latter stages of stuff. He has been to Saturday nights before.
100.
Confidence is a weird thing. It's an intangible thing. It's very hard to have a metric against it, if not impossible.
60.
That throw there was something I like to call a Spider-Man, where
100.
you sort of rotate the arm and the wrist so that the palm of the hand comes through to the board.
Yeah, look at the follow-through here of Graham.
119.
You get a chance,
Martin
because
121.
That's exactly right. When you turn the palm upwards, it's not a good thing because you're rotating the 2 bones in the forearm, the ulna and the radius.
24.
They are curved, so they give you this ability of twisting the forearm, but that's a good follow-through. Purposeful, that's good.
83. Martin
Actually, a bad 3 there.
97. 57.
Wonder how
Mark,
well
you
these
require
guys know each other.
103.
Because they are from different parts of... Well, they represent different parts of Wales, I guess. Chester is in England.
80,
You tend to see that with a couple of
83.
towns, don't you? This is like Abergavenny.
Check 79. Martin, you require 40.
Mark's on the ball. Yeah, places like Abergavenny and Chester, all on the English border. Place like Oswestry.
That's game short in the first leg. Martin Thomas.
Find a big Welsh contingent in the English towns. But Martin Thomas from the
Second leg is
Aberystwyth type
Martin to
of
throw first.
neck of the woods. He takes the lead by 1-0.
I did say before the game started, Martin Thomas is going to be asked big questions. And I wasn't
100.
sure if he believed he had big answers. But that's a big answer. It's a 16 darter to break the throw.
That's twice he's used that
5.
follow through where he's almost grasping something to his left. Got to watch out for that.
59.
Is this the first sign that we're getting, there it is again, of Mark Graham under pressure?
93.
He's doing what I like to call the Spider-Man. We'll see if we can spot it again.
There's only one undefeated player today.
65.
That's Shane McGurk. He's done exactly what he needed to do today. He got the hot start again, but he's maintained it into the middle.
I don't want to say
180.
but last night, when you asked me who's going to come out of the pack today, I told you so.
140.
What that smug grin's about.
That one and the fact that when I was asked who wins the group before it started, I also said Reece Colley.
Don't you love it when someone says, I don't want to tell you I told you so, but I told you so.
137.
It's like when someone says to you, no offence, but
That's true.
you're about to be offended to the highest degree.
42. Mark, you require 164.
Like when someone starts a sentence with basically and it takes them 5 minutes to make their point.
Or mind your head after you've bashed it.
100. Martin, you require 95.
Mind your head, Martin.
That's something he's probably not heard too much. He's not the tallest of blokes. But he is a good dart player.
79. Mark, you require 64.
I don't think he realises it, though.
Yeah, I don't think he does, actually. He's a very down-to-earth guy. He doesn't beat his own drum too much.
Yeah, that's game short in the
Mark's
second
got every
leg.
right to beat his own drum there.
Graham.
1-1. Good check out that one. 18 darter.
Third leg is Mark to throw first. Game on.
Is that a kind of dart that you could throw with that bulbous middle and taper towards the end? Is that something you could use?
59.
I don't mean this. I don't want this to sound arrogant.
Are you going to say no offence?
I don't want this to sound arrogant, but there it is. Isn't
However,
42.
There's the sentence. But I go round to a friend of mine, Thornton Darts, who designs darts.
100.
He's got hundreds of darts, all different shapes, sizes, weights, anything that you can imagine. And often I'll go around when he's got new darts that come in. I've tried them. And I've tried all different shapes, sizes, and I've never really noticed too much of a difference. I seem to be able to throw with all of them.
oh, bully for you.
84.
There are some that I just can't throw. I need a certain grip profile. I need a certain shape. But I am actually going to
59.
look at some different shapes over the winter. I'm going to do a little bit of exploratory stuff to see what I need for going forward. And I'm not going to discount a shape like this.
44.
Because sometimes you need to have that time and that experimentation to find what works for you now as opposed to what worked for you before.
Evolution. evolution of your throw,
33.
evolution of your body. We're not the same people we was 10 years ago, and you certainly won't be the same in 10 years' time. Sometimes we get a bit stubborn with the equipment, can't we? And just try and persist because something's worked before.
If I'm not mistaken, I think it might be 10 years ago today since I was in the European Tour final.
Mark, you require 76.
I played Simon Whitlock in the Dutch Darts Masters in Newland. I'm sure it was October 28th.
Yeah, that's
Oh, that's a beautiful check out from Mark. It's another
Mark
18 darter with the tops at the end. And it gives him a 2-1 advantage. Martin Thomas with a back against the wall now.
Martin to throw first. Game on.
And you have to say at this point, even though he's got the darts here, it's looking very unlikely for him to get out of this jam. He's waist deep in it right now.
We haven't seen a missed double either in this game so far. And I hate the way my brain works sometimes. I've literally just got this image.
140.
Martin Thomas almost in quicksand, but it's jam.
What flavour is it?
Strawberry.
Do you want to take some time to think about that, or just you went straight for the strawberry?
Yeah, because when you think of jam, you think of the colour, you see, and
so it's not raspberry.
No, strawberry jam.
60.
You're saying that to me as if that's the only jam you would ever need.
I don't see, like, what other jam...
60.
I don't see why I'd be stuck in jam anyway, actually. You just wouldn't imagine someone getting stuck in apricot jam.
Why not?
57.
I can't imagine why anyone would be stuck in jam.
You make a statement, I'm going to pull you on it. This is like darting question time for Friday
70.
morning. There's got to be a reason why you get stuck in apricot jam. If you worked in an apricot jam factory and you slipped. Now whose brain has gone to mush?
41.
Welcome to day 5 of the darts.
Welcome to day 5 in the Big Brother darting house. Mark and Martin are playing on the hockey.
58.
That's my impression of somebody from Sunderland, by the way. That's not my accent.
They'll both be open that they can get through to
43.
day 6. Both of these joined us in Group C, so this is their second day of
85.
action.
Mark, you require 160.
Martin Thomas doing a bit of a Spider-Man himself there.
A repeat act on a 160. Not to be.
85. Martin, you require 125.
That was a good visit after dart 1. Not so good after dart 2. But dart 2 has robbed Martin Thomas of a Hollywood shot there. How good was that first one?
101.
I'm trying not to
Mark
do it 'cause I don't want to
75.
start it. But when you said the Hollywood shot, I was going to be like, oh, the Chris Dobie shot. I'm trying not to call these shots by players' nicknames.
72.
Well, Mark's just had a
Martin, you
Goldilocks.
require 24.
He's left himself on one of those finishes that you can only get one way. Double 6. Double 3.
21.
And they're both on 3.
Mark, you require
You don't see this
3.
very often.
3 for 3.
No score.
Doesn't even get the 1.
Martin, you require 3.
3 for 2.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
game
he made
short
it
in
look
the fourth
easy.
attack. Martin Thomas.
And the celebration is just a little bit ironic.
Fifth flag, it's Mark to throw first.
Sometimes when you're in a match like this, you just got to try and enjoy it somehow, but there is still pressure on these guys.
'86.
Have you ever been in a situation where you know the match is, well, not the best? Let's put it that way. How do you try and pick yourself up?
80.
Yeah, first part to that question, absolutely. second part.
125.
It's a tough one, isn't it? I think if I had the 100% answer to that, I'd probably be out there still delivering it.
What's the worst match you've been a part of, as in standard-wise? What's a real stinker?
I
played in the 5th round of the UK Open against Dimitri Vandenberg.
55.
And by the end of it, I was just willing him to get me off there because I was sucking.
I've been in that situation before as well.
100.
And I just couldn't correct it. There was coming out my hand wrong. I was throwing them wrong. I couldn't get a feel for anything.
Did you get that feeling that the world was trying to swallow you whole?
Yeah, I just wanted to be
99.
off.
Mark requires
I stole
90.
a couple of legs as well, which just made it worse because it made I was on there for longer.
Yeah.
And it was one of them that I just knew he could just flip the switch and just get you off there at any point.
50.
I had a World Series game against Warren Parry once.
167.
First round, it was an awful game. First game of the tournament as well.
139.
Oh, that's a great approach
Mark
from Martin.
40.
Tops for Mark. He's had 2 checkouts on tops in this match.
Yeah, that's
Make that
game short
3.
in the 5th flag.
And the little
Mark
purse of the
Graham.
lips is as if to say, ooh, it just made it in the top corner. Or as Smithy would say,
6 flag, it's
Right in the
Martin to
stanchion.
throw first. Game
You know what?
on.
The 3 games that come to mind all are at Minehead.
180.
2 of them you might have actually called because they was on stage 2. One was against Mark Webster. One was in
125.
the Players' Championship finals against Dave Chisnell. Just there was something about that stage 2.
100.
Many players love it. I've just never got on with it.
I can understand why. I've played up there myself with mixed fortunes.
100.
Funny enough, I played Terry Jenkins on that stage twice. Lost one and won one. And the second one, I was 5-0 up.
55.
He brought it back to 5-5 and he mismatched darts. And I ended up winning on 2 double-8s on 32. Weird game.
Was that the snow year?
Yes.
140.
The Beast from the East year. A little bit later on, you're going to get the Feast from the East. That's Pete Burgoyne.
The Feast.
126. Mark, you require 136.
Hey, see what I was saying there? Looks like this game's gone the distance.
41. Martin, you require 40.
Been a good leg. Not his best leg of the week. In fact,
No score.
maybe a leg that he loses.
Mark,
and a match
you
that he
require
loses too.
95.
And if he does lose it, pretty much out. When it comes to qualification.
Gone back to tops. Wise move.
55.
That one's way
Martin,
north.
you require 40.
Nothing in the way of tops this time. Double 10.
20. Mark, you require
This is an invitation
40.
for Graham to get himself in a 2-horse race. Oh, Goldilocks.
Game.
But
Shot.
that
and
is a
match.
really good shot.
Mark
When you miss the
Graham.
double top, which is your biggest start of the week, that is a fabulous find on that double 15. May not have been a classic, both averages in the high 70s, but ultimately Mark Graham got exactly what he came for, 2 points. And by winning by 4 legs to 2, he does get his leg difference to +7, which is 6 better than his closest challenger. A massive result for Mark Graham. We'll take a short break and then we will start round number 4 with Kevin Garcia up against our league leader here, Reece Colley.
Welcome back. A big win then for Mark Graham in that previous match. 4-2 over his fellow Welshman Martin Thomas. And it is a defeat for Thomas that I can confirm rules him out. He and Michael Huntley can no longer make it. Mark Graham now in a battle for second place with Shane McGurk. Not the highest standard, understandable, both players with so much on the line in that match, but it does mean that the league table now becomes a little bit more clear, because Huntley and Thomas cannot catch Graham and McGurk. One of them is going to get to 12 points at least, and it will be a straight fight between the pair of them to join Reece Colley at finals night. Of course, Robert Owen, the Welshman, already there as well, having won Group A. So Colley is in action next. He's playing bottom of the table Kevin Garcia. It's a match between a man already through and a man already out. But when they've met already this week, Colley has got the better of him 4-2. He took out 112 checkout in that win yesterday. Very nicely done from Reece Colley, who has been the top performer of this group, no doubt about that. Taking out that finish and then going on to win the match with another clinical checkout, 64 this time, to get the better of Garcia. So we're going to see that fight for second place as the day progresses, but this one, well, it would be a good scalp still for Kevin Garcia, wouldn't it, to get the better of Reece Colley, who's just lost for the first time in his previous match, going down to the so far unbeaten today, Shane McGurk. Let's see if he can spring a surprise and defeat Colley for just his second loss of the week so far. Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar will guide you through every dart.
Yeah, Reece Colley just picking up his first defeat in that last game to Shane McGurk. Kevin Garcia picked up 3 defeats today. Not been in the winning column. He has done some good darts at times. Shane McGurk was lucky to get the victory against him earlier on. Kevin Garcia losing that one 4-3 with a 91.50 average. 13 darts. Kevin Garcia missed out a double in that one.
First leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
But Reece Colley's just been solid again. Books his place through very early, booking his ticket through to Saturday night's final. Robert Owen awaiting him there. We'll also confirm another player at the end of play today.
77.
Martin Thomas losing that last game pretty much will rule him out, so it'll come down to Mark Graham and Shane McGurk, which is actually your next game. Shane McGurk has the advantage of throw going into that one, and that could be quite decisive in who else will be joining Reece Colley and Robert Owen.
81.
You get the feeling it's a bigger game for McGurk because he doesn't have the benefit of the
58.
leg difference. He's 6 legs behind. And that can be turned around. Of course it can with a couple of games left.
98.
Well, that's a double whammy game, isn't it? Because every 2 legs that Shane McGurk puts on his column, he could also take 2 legs off of Mark Graham.
Correct.
So it'll be a 4-leg swing for a 2-leg win.
But simply put, with the way things are in the table right now,
40.
If Mark Graham wins his final 2 games, he's through. It's that simple.
99.
And
Reece
funny
require
enough,
105.
If Reece was to lose this game and lose against Michael Huntley, and Mark Graham wins his next 2, he could finish top of the table.
53. Kevin, you require 96.
That's a pretty looking thing.
78. Reece,
But
you
that's
require
happened
52.
way too often this week. Double 10. Oh, it was in and out.
32.
I don't necessarily think that came out of
Kevin,
his
you
hand
require
right.
18.
Yeah, it's made a mark on the board, hasn't it? But it didn't fully penetrate.
Yeah, that's game short in the first leg. Kevin Garcia.
Here's the price. And Kev
Second leg is Reece to throw
takes
first.
the lead.
Game on.
Remember the name of the 3 Scousers in Harry Enfield? Testing your knowledge now.
180.
3 in the red there. And before we go there, the 3 brothers in the Scousers.
42.
2 of them were Liverpool fans and 1 was an Everton fan, to promote a little bit of family rivalry.
140.
No.
You can't remember. Gary, Teddy, and Buddy.
43.
Or, as they would put it, Ga, Te, and Ba.
$100.
You spent much time in Liverpool?
No, and I was about to.
134.
I was about to say
require
Kevin needs to
81.
calm down, and I didn't go there.
No. It's a beautiful city, full of some great people. I've had some of the best times of my life in Liverpool.
Yeah, that's game short in the second
He's having the
leg.
time of his life in
Reece
that leg
Colley.
is Reece Colley. That's a 12-darter. Full of amazing people.
Third leg, it's Kevin to
One
throw
of-
first. Game
I'm
on.
not going to say the best, because it isn't. One of the best nights out in the UK. I'm going to go out for some food, a few drinks with friends, have some
140.
fun. Liverpool will deliver. It's up there for me with Inverness, Cardiff, not as good as
54.
Newcastle. And yes, I'm biased.
137.
But if you want to find a decent night's darts, in a local sense, St Helens is probably the place to go, considering the talent that's on show in Eastern
48.
Merseyside.
Even better nowadays, Portsmouth, because every Saturday night we have our finals down here.
Yeah, indeed.
129.
And we do have tomorrow coming up. It'll be the lineup reveal.
140.
for week 2.
Kevin, you require 95.
I've seen that list. It's pretty good. Too late.
87.
He has played some good stuff this week. But if Garcia's going to come back here
99.
and challenge,
Kevin, you require
he's just got to
8.
knit things together a little bit tighter, hasn't he?
The other thing he's got to change is
4.
something within
Reece,
the
you
technique
require
or the
160.
equipment, because the amount of darts he's had on the floor could have probably won him 3 legs of darts.
80. Kevin, you require 4.
I'd have to agree with that, actually. Might have made a difference, but I guess we'll never know.
No score.
Oh, that's a really wicked
Reece, you
deflection.
require 80.
There's no way on God's green earth that Garcia should have lost this leg.
He thinks he has.
Yeah, that's game short in the
Yes,
third
now.
leg. Reece Colley.
You could see him nodding along in the background when that tops went in.
Forward leg is Reece to throw first.
Did you have one of those
Game on.
nodding dog things when you were growing up?
No, I didn't have the nodding dog. I did have the fish,
Oh,
100.
the bass.
Big Billy
The
bass
singing
or
bass,
something,
yeah. These are the things we used to buy before smartphones.
And obviously, as I said yesterday, play
136.
Conkers.
Well, that's when we found out that Chris Murphy was a cheater. He used to paint his.
55.
Oh, no, he'd get a stone and paint it like a conker. I mean, that's just abhorrent behaviour, Murphy.
You always had that one lad on the
97.
playground as well, didn't you? That would come in with a perfectly pristine conker that he's clearly just got off the tree, and he'd be like, "Yeah, this is a 7er.
100.
That's never been battle. That is not a 7er conker." I remember I did actually have a
140.
conker make it to a 5, and I took it into battle, and it was barely hanging on. It was, but I gave it a go. He had
41.
his chance.
Kevin, you require 128.
He's already hit the 128 this week. Looking for a conquer of his own.
68.
He didn't want to have one of those moments where, you know, you try and bash it with the conquer and you miss and then it hits you between the legs. It's that does.
80. Gavin, you require 60.
I remember that story about the fiver because I remember feeling so much disappointment.
Yeah, that's game short in the forward line.
No disappointment there for Garcia. 2-2 it is. All he wants right now is to get to 4 points.
Fifth flag, it's Gavin
and to have a chance of taking himself off the bottom of the table before the end of play. His last game is against Mark Graham. He will have a bearing on who qualifies in this group. It's just not going to be him. You see
97.
Reece Colley here playing without any sort of adrenaline pumping. Does he know that the job's done and he's just going through the motions, maybe?
Yes.
58.
Which is dangerous. Dangerous because it makes you lazy. If you're lazy and you're playing lazy, you can develop lazy
100.
habits. Those habits might not be easy. We're not light switchers. You don't just flick us on and off.
99.
And when it comes to tomorrow night and he wants to call upon it, could be a negative.
44.
That's the perfect first start for Garcia, right in the top left corner.
63.
Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was top right, actually. Because for me, he should have been able to nestle it under that dart, but he couldn't do it.
140. Kevin, you require 145.
I think there's going to be a few people watching Reece this week thinking, I didn't know a great deal about this kid, but he's definitely got something.
46. Reece, you require 120.
Side foot to the hockey. Micro prod of the dart. Thrusts it forward.
80. Kevin, you require
and always
99.
worries the target. Is it flake time? No.
59. Reece, you require 40.
Double 10 was good last time he was here. Not liking the lie.
Yeah, that's game short in the
Maybe
fifth
I was
flag.
wrong. But the
Reece
adjustment
Colley.
across the hockey was well beyond his years. There's somebody who knows his angles.
Yeah, he had to move
Six
left there
flag,
to
it's
really
Reece
open
throw
that one up. He
first.
moved right the way
Game
across to
on.
the left. And by doing that, almost opened up the bed with a bit of a bouncer with that first start. Almost became like a
95.
basketball hoop. Where the basketball hoop, we don't tend to go for the hoop, we tend to go for the backboard to go in. It was kind of that situation now on the 10s.
24.
The basketball of darts. Which brings me to basketball, which Chris Murphy still hasn't watched. Chris, you know, you can hear us.
100.
Make sure you watch that one.
Daily basketball reference.
$99.
And if you're filling in your daily Super Series bingo card, you can cross off basketball. We've mentioned WWE
96.
wrestling and a lot of other things. Just to give you a little bit of a teaser for next week, you might be wondering which lunatic's going to be in the commentary box next week. Well, I guarantee you it's a very classy operator.
125.
You're going to have the company of Scott Mitchell. Very much looking forward to having Scott with us to give his point of view on his career and all of the matches for next week. So Scotty Dog will take the chair.
$70.
Nothing worked
Kevin,
out
you
there,
require
really.
142.
A very similar visit to what we saw earlier from Martin Thomas. So he has to choose between a 3 and a 7 now as the
Reece, you
approach
require 15.
to leave the outer ring.
The outer ring has been the problem for Kevin
Game,
Garcia.
shots and a match.
But he won't be
Reece
returning
Colley.
for that. Reece Colley wraps it up with a 15 finish. 7-4. Kevin Garcia will be returning later on. Reece Colley will be returning on Saturday night. He is through. 2 more points there, though. Just firm him up at the top of the table. Could confirm him going through as the group winner. Someone who will be hoping to go through with Reece Colley is Shane McGurk and Mark Graham. Them two are going to play each other next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we know Reece Colley is already through to finals night. He'll join Robert Owen, who won Group A. And another win for Colley. He's only lost 1 match so far. Beats Kevin Garcia by 4 legs to 2. Paul, just a quick reflection on that one. It's 2 players who know what's happening. One's through, one's out. But I think Reece Colley did pick up from the previous game, where he did seem a little flat.
Yeah, I think maybe he's just had the motivation of wanting to get the group sewn up. He's definitely going to win the group now. And that 87.5 average with 44% on doubles, that's the kind of performance that he would expect from himself at the very least. We know there's more in the tank, but we know what that magic adrenaline going through your veins can do. There's not a great deal of it pumping right now, but there was enough right there.
Yeah, quick look at the table, because it is really significant for the next game. Colley through. He's run away with it. He seemed to do that from Dart 1 yesterday. But Mark Graham and Shane McGurk in this 2-horse race for second place, and they're about to play each other.
Yeah, it's a great game, isn't it? I mean, you look at the leg difference for Mark at +7. That is definitely in his favour. So if he does lose to Shane, it goes down to the last round of matches. But he'll be hoping that's not the case. He could put himself out of sight here.
Yeah, and Shane's playing some really good stuff, actually, today. We saw him take out a fabulous 158 checkout earlier on against Michael Huntley. You made the point earlier that he was the only man unbeaten after being the first man to beat Reece Colley.
Yeah, he seems to be able to take out the group winners, doesn't he? It's a strange thing to have, considering the position he's in. Look at this shot. It was a very, very good 12-darter to beat Mark Graham yesterday. He might need legs like that once again.
Yeah, so he'll be looking for the same kind of outcome. Do you think this is a winner-takes-all clash, bearing in mind that the opponents in their final games are already out?
yes and no. It really does depend on the result itself. If it's, say, 4-3 to Shane McGurk, then it's all acceleration through to the last round of matches.
Yeah, Graham's last game will be against Kevin Garcia. McGurk is playing Martin Thomas in the very last match of the day, so it could come down to that, but one of them can do themselves a massive favour here. Quick prediction.
What with him standing behind me?
Go on, yeah, do it.
Can't go for the draw either, can I? I am going to go for the McGurk win by 4-3.
There we go. He's done it in the end. Let's see if it goes that way. Paul's going to go downstairs and hide from the players. Matt Edgar will talk you through the action.
Huge game of darts in terms of the qualification. Could kind of all be over here, actually, when you look at that league table and you look at the points that are ahead. If Mark Graham wins 4-2, that will put Shane McGurk into the negative. It'll put Mark Graham into a +9. That'll be a leg difference that could not be catched. So I make a 4-2 win for Mark Graham to be enough. Didn't play great in his last one.
First leg, it's Shane to throw
but
first. Game on.
That's something he's been finding here. Finding wins. It's important that you can find wins when you're not playing your best.
58.
I mean, that B game and that C game that gets you over the line. That's something that Mark's sort of been developing. And that's something that you develop when you
45.
put the miles in and the travel that Mark's been putting in over the last sort of 12 to 18 months. Travelling all over Europe, taking part in events, ranking events.
59.
Trying to get himself back to Lakeside. Another crack at the WDF World Championships. Shane McGurk's gonna wanna
140.
crack at the weekly title, £5,000 available on Saturday. But he has to win this one.
81.
And I was just saying before you got back down here, a 4-2 win for Mark Graham by my calculations ends it.
Yeah, I thought it was something like that. I sneakily suspected
31.
that 4-1 might be the case, but 4-2 would be very good. That leg difference really is an ally to him right now.
Well, at the moment,
95.
the leg difference only comes into play if Mark Graham wins 4-2. Because Shane, essentially, if he does not lose his last two games, if he wins this one and then goes on to beat Martin
63.
Thomas, the leg difference is irrelevant because he'll do it on points. The numbers and the maths are simple. Win. and you're in.
84.
That's all you can ask for, really.
As a dart player or any sportsman, you want to have it in your own control. You don't want to have to go watch the
43.
screen, watch other people play, hope
Shane,
that
you
someone
require
else wins,
124.
celebrate another man's victory. You want to have your own. That's the position Shane is in.
84.
I'm a bit confused as to why you went the 14s but refused the ball.
Yeah, I'm thinking exactly the same. Why go 14s if you weren't going to go for the bull anyway? Surely you would go for the 16s.
40. Shane, you require 40.
Well, let's face it, he left tops. Let's see if he can take it.
Yeah, that's game short in the first line.
All's
Shane
well that
McGurk.
ends well.
It's what I like to call burning a dart. Because if you'd have
Second
gone for
leg
the
is
8,
marked to throw
the treble
first. Game on.
he could have still left tops. 8 and 16 would have left the tops. But he's got the opportunity, if you do it the treble 8, it could have gone to tops with dart earlier.
123.
So he just burnt a dart out with that leg.
Have you ever burnt a dart? Literally burnt. As not as in burnt by going to 14 and hitting a 10.
100.
Would it work?
Well, tungsten is very, very durable. One of the hardest metals on the periodic table, isn't it?
I know I saw a video on YouTube that
100.
if you put it over a gas flame, or like a gas, that it makes it go like multicoloured.
Yeah, that's true.
95.
That's one of the reasons why Simon Whitlock and Peter Wright and some other dart players have got multicoloured darts, because they have heat treatments.
100.
There was a time where all darts were just the same colour. people would use plane flights. But now in the era of personalization, everybody's got their own important
27.
stuff.
Like a case.
Oh, how's Case Watch for this game?
46.
Strong. He probably can't believe that we're talking about it.
95. Mark, you require 132.
There it is. A lot of dark cases are the same, aren't they? People use
92.
same cases from certain manufacturers, but I like the fact that he has personalised his. It's not as if someone's going to walk up to the table and say, "Oh, is that my case?" Well, surely it's your name's not McGurk, is it?
180. Mark, you require 40. Yeah, that's game
That's
short
a
in
great
the
exchange
second
of
leg.
darts right there.
Mark Graham.
McGurk put the pressure on with the max. The dead cat 180. But
Third
didn't
leg,
mean
it's
anything in the
Shane
end.
throw first. Game on.
I said this the other day, and I'll say it again, that case for me is the cheesecake of darts.
140.
The future.
You don't mean the garlic bread?
No, I mean the cheesecake.
96.
You're going down the Phoenix Knights thing.
Yeah.
41.
Stop it, you're making me hungry. The only thing these guys want to gobble up is 2 points.
100.
A little bit later on, we've got... Oh, that's happened to both players
41.
today. How did that stay in the board?
So, even though it didn't penetrate the board,
83.
the tip of the point was touching the fascia of the board, which means it counts.
That back leg is starting to swirl again, isn't it?
139.
But unmistakably, he is playing better over the course of the whole day than maybe any game cluster this week. At this point
94.
yesterday, Wednesday,
Shane, you require 140.
he was faltering. He was averaging in the mid-70s, but now he is definitely working on his engine, and it's definitely chugging away better.
54. Mark, you
3
require
wins so far from
128.
Shane. 4-1 against Huntley. 4-3 against Garcia. 4-3 against Reece Colley. You won't care what the scoreline is as long as it's a win in this one.
56.
86
Shane, you
points away.
require 86.
I mean, halfway to the finishing line. Could be 2 hurdles jumped.
54. Mark, you
Getting
require
further
72.
away. Maybe a sign that that body was opening up at the end. Double 12.
$48.
What a chance.
Shane,
missed.
you require 32.
Well, they call him the Grinch at home, but he's giving out gifts in this one.
No score. Mark, you require
Can't unwrap it.
24.
I just wonder if tops works better for him than double
That's
16.
game short in the third leg. Mark Graham.
Well, the story of the Grinch. He
Fourth
likes
leg, it's
stealing the
Mark to
presents.
throw first. Game
He's
on.
took that one back.
Nothing worse than somebody getting you a gift and saying, "Oh, can I have it back?"
180.
Beautifully done. And there is a scenario, of course, that if McGurk wins this game and goes to 12, and then
121.
Mark Graham loses to Kevin Garcia in match 13, McGurk will have done enough with a game to spare.
4-2
134.
for Mark Graham. I believe gets him over the line. And he's looking
41.
like he's about to go 3-1 ahead which would mean he'll have 2 legs to get it wrapped up.
125 good as well, because there would be a difference of 10 in their leg difference.
57.
Can't bridge that in one
Mark
match.
requires 62.
Can't be done. Unless, of course, Graham was to lose heavily. In fact, you are right.
22.
Just thinking on the fly. If he was to lose 4 legs from a 4-2 victory, he'd go to +9, and that's not something that McGurk could get near.
43.
And I think
Mark
he's very
requires
aware of the
40.
situation here. To be very close to
Yeah,
qualification,
that's game short and the
he only
forward
needs
line.
1 more
Mark
leg
Graham.
at the cost of 1 more leg.
Well, we've been doing some
5th flag,
song
it's Shane to throw
references
first. Game on.
throughout the week. The song that you got a reference here, it's a bit of Sinatra.
And now the end is near. Is that the right one?
60.
That's the one, yeah.
Oh, we've been spending too much time together.
So we face the final legs, potentially. When it looks to the qualification of Group C. Mark Graham
95.
is relentless.
Can you imagine if I'd got that song dramatically wrong? If I'd have gone for something by the Manic Street Preachers or something.
100.
Not that there's anything wrong with the Manics. Great band.
I can't
60.
think of many of their songs.
Matthew, really. Design for life.
Oh yeah, I know that one, yeah.
There you go. Australia.
I've done that one. I often
137.
thought there's a band years ago, Wheatus, I think it was. They sung Teenage Dirtbag.
Teenage Dirtbag, yeah.
I often thought if you went to a Wheatus concert and they started with Teenage Dirtbag,
23.
everyone just I've seen it now. We're off.
Yeah, because they're a one-hit wonder.
Thanks for coming. You'd have to start with some of the other album tracks first, wouldn't you?
78.
What's the best gig you've been to?
I don't go to music gigs.
Oh, really? You haven't been to one?
No, I don't like them.
96. Shane, you require 126.
I think I'm about to fall out with you. Staying with a chance. We're getting to the stage where McGurk is going to have to win this game because the leg difference is glaring now.
86.
The thing is, if he can get it back to 3, he will give himself, even in defeat,
92.
a
Shane, you require
minor
40.
hope.
Yeah, that's game short and the 5th flag. Shane McGurk.
But if Mark Graham gets this leg, the writing is on the wall.
6th flag, it's Mark to throw first. Game
I
on.
don't mean Martin Schindler.
Who writes on Martin Schindler?
Has
to be a pretty small pen.
180.
That is the ideal start to a leg that if you win it, you're through.
40.
He's not broke concentration much in this match. I think he knows what's on the line.
137.
It's usually the reaction when the match is over. It tells you how much they know about the situation. I almost hope that he doesn't know
100.
and that he's just enjoying playing so well in this 6th leg.
I hope he does know, because that'll tell us a lot about Mark Graham, what he can do under pressure.
Good point.
140.
That is a great, great delivery. Boy, oh boy. Could have his best leg just when he needs it. He has had an 11 darter this week already.
93. Mark, you require
But this
44.
would far outweigh that one. Double top.
Game,
And Mark Graham
shot,
is definitely
and a match.
through, and he knows
Mark
it.
Graham.
He showed a little bit of emotion at the end there. And a great effort from Shane McGurk, but with a game to spare, he has been eliminated. An 88 average for Graham, and he's going to join Reece Colley through in Group C, going into Saturday night. So that is half the field confirmed for our finals night here in week 1. We do have some games left for you, though. An all-Welsh encounter between Thomas and Huntley is coming up after the break, so don't go too far away.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where 4-2 was good for Graham and Mark Graham was too good for Shane McGurk. A victory by a 2-leg margin. Did well in the end, the very last leg. Brilliant stuff from Mark Graham, going out in 11 darts to get the result he needed to assure that it doesn't go any further. And he does book his place at finals night on Saturday at the expense of the man that he has just beaten. We will get confirmation of that by looking at the group table. Reece Colley has been through for a while. Mark Graham now joins him. That's because the leg difference is too big a gap for Shane McGurk to bridge. Michael Huntley, Martin Thomas and Kevin Garcia have all been ruled out for most of today's play. But Huntley and Thomas are about to do battle right now. And Thomas won the meeting between the pair yesterday. Apologies, Huntley won the meeting between the pair yesterday. Oh, no, he didn't. It was Thomas. I was right the first time. Well, shows how much I remember, doesn't it? What I was trying to say was Huntley could have won the meeting. Perhaps thinks he should have won the meeting, but Martin Thomas came back and got the job done. Who will win this one? I won't remember anyway, but we'll find out with Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Well, just going to paraphrase you a little bit, Murph, because do you remember the time when you were sitting in the commentary box and everything was said and done, and we've got our 2 finalists, and he said, well, that's me done, I'm off. Mr. Edgar, everything's said and done. Should we just go?
Yeah, why not? We'll go have a look at Pompey, go have an ice cream.
All right, see you guys later. Only joking, we're sticking around. We're going to annoy you for another 4 games.
Well, we've annoyed you for the last 5 days. We might as well complete the job.
That's somewhat sinister, right? Well, maybe now that the pressure's off, we can see these 2 50-year-olds go at it and give us some welly. Tomo against Mike.
Have you been a little bit disappointed with what you've seen from Martin Thomas. Martin Thomas came into this the 7-4 group favourite and the Paul Nicholson tip to win the group.
Thanks for bringing that up. Well done. No well done for me.
First lag.
It's been
Michael
fine margins, I think.
Game on.
He's missed too many doubles, and he hasn't scored as many 180s as he did at the start of play yesterday. Lost the range with that first dart, and he's been searching
40.
for scores ever since.
I think from my sheet of data I've got here as well, coming into this play, the 100
65.
games, averaging around about the 89 mark here. That would have been enough to have won or qualified through this group. But away from here,
100.
he hasn't found much success. 44% win rate and barely touching an 84 average seasonal. I think the negativity out there on the various
89.
tours and the defeats he has taken, he has brought that here and hasn't been as positive as what we've seen from him in the past.
100.
Yeah, I think that's very fair to say. Also with Huntley, I don't think his darts have been going in at the same angle as he would like. I think he wants them to land a bit flatter
70.
than they have been. I've watched him play previously, and I think they're going in more upright than they have done in previous times, which
57.
is not his usual stacking method.
What do you think is next for both of these? So obviously they're of age that maybe the Seniors World Championship could be on
59.
the horizon.
Yeah, I think so. You look at the fact that the Challenge Tour is over for the season. The graduates to the Pro Tour have been confirmed, almost.
180.
But there are qualifiers for the Senior World Championship coming up, and both of these guys can enter. And if I were Martin Thomas, I'd have a crack.
123. Michael, you
No, Huntley's
require
going there.
24. Yeah, that's game short in the first leg. Michael Huntley.
I think there's been a good amount of camaraderie between this group of players.
Second leg, it's Martin to throw first.
Definitely
Game
hasn't
on.
been as loud as Group B.
Well, whatever group you put Richard North
83.
in is going to be the loudest group.
I'll tell you what we're going to do once this session's over. We're going to go down the street and we're going to buy everybody in this production squad a set of earmuffs. We're all going to
30.
turn up tonight, and when Richard says hello, we're not going to hear him.
Oh, you'll hear it. He's got one of them voices. Earmuffs are no defence.
24.
If you're watching, Rich, I'm only kidding. Well, like you really.
100.
We've got one of your favourite players coming back tonight for Group B. The man that sounds like the spring behind the door, Pete Burgoyne.
Going
96.
If you are wondering whether we're making fun of these guys needlessly, we did actually speak to Pete Burgoyne last night about this issue, and he thought it was very funny.
5.
That's not very funny. That's a tired visit. If you think about the amount of games that Michael Huntley has played this week, 5 on Monday,
140.
5 on Tuesday, 5 on Wednesday, 5 yesterday. This is his 24th match of the week. That is hard work.
You said that at the start of the week.
41.
These two
Martin
players,
require
Kenny Garcia
158.
and Michael Huntley, representing the ADC, are going to learn a lot about themselves and a lot about their game this week.
98.
Or do you think Michael Huntley's going to go back with either his knowledge or experience from this?
Experience, definitely. Even at the age of 50. He's not got a massive amount of experience in front of
118.
cameras,
Martin, you require
on a stage,
60.
in front of viewing publics.
Yeah, that's game
I think
short
he'll
in
learn
the
about his
second leg.
game.
Martin
And there's
Thomas.
still darts to throw. 1-1 in this game. You will finish up
Third
against
leg,
Reece
it's
Colley.
Michael to throw first. Game on.
But first, best of 5 from here against Martin Thomas.
Yeah, you said there the age of 50.
100.
We never stop learning. Something I remember very well when I was training and I'd go into the gym and the guy, the coach, says to me, he goes,
89.
when you stop listening or when you stop valuing opinions, you lose.
27.
Sorry, what did you say? I'm only kidding. You're absolutely right.
And he used to tell us that just because someone's not
82.
applying that same thing, you might learn, even off of like a white belt, they might be able to give you maybe not a level of knowledge, but it might get you to think differently about
61.
something. Plant the seed in your head that you can grow to your own answers.
On that note, then, the likes of Huntley and Garcia
24.
would probably come up against players that they might not have played against before, might not have met before, and they could learn something from somebody else that could be invaluable for their darting future.
78.
You don't always learn by watching people get it right. Sometimes you can learn by watching people get it wrong.
You learn more from mistakes than you do from success.
96.
A lot of the time, nothing ever changes until something does go wrong. And it's normally
57.
a crisis point, either a mental crisis, physical crisis, or a crisis that actually happens in an environmental state.
140.
That tends to be when we go, there's a problem there.
We are stubborn creatures. We do like to keep things the same. We're creatures of habit. sometimes you're right.
134. Martin, you require 70.
We need change of circumstances in order to learn a different way of doing things. Double top.
Yeah, that's game short in the
Where's
third
this
lap.
been?
Martin Thomas.
He was only averaging 84.48.
Forward lag, it's Martin
But
to
that
throw first.
clinical double
Game
top
on.
hitting is very much part of his armoury. Usually, anyway.
41.
I'm a fan of quirky, as you know. I like little quirky things, believe it or not.
Do you like Pauline Quirk?
Don't know.
Oh, I was totally lost on you.
Martin Thomas,
100.
let's see if he does it here. As he's setting up, not doing it on that throw, but he rolls his tongue.
Nothing escapes you, does it?
85.
You can see the angle of attack for Mike. He's trying to get them
60.
above each other, but I'd still maintain that they're going in a bit more upright than usual. There you see the difference, the somewhat back-heavy
140.
dart that he's got. Getting them to land flat with the slim flights. In fact, both players using the slim flight here. One of them moulded, the other one foldable.
82.
Martin hasn't won a great deal of games
100.
the last couple of days, but when he played Huntley yesterday, he did win by 4 legs to 3, averaging 88.53 with
133.
a high out of 81.
Martin, you require 135.
Is he trying to better that 81?
63. Michael, you require 126.
Another one of those leaves the sixes.
120.
The single would have left the ball.
Martin, you require 72.
Martin Thomas 2 from 2 on the outer ring. He should get a dart here. He's going to get 2.
Oh, that is not a good shot.
48. Michael, you require
I don't think he had any
6.
confidence with dart 3 because of what happened on dart 2. That really was a big miss.
Yeah, that's game short and
That's
the
a
fourth
hit.
lag. Michael Huntley.
And he's just sunk Martin Thomas's battleship.
Fifth lag is Michael to throw first. Game on.
There you get a nice view of where Huntley holds the dart. It's towards the back of the barrel.
40.
And those grooves that you can see in Welsh colours at the top of the golden dart, they're not just for decoration, they are functional grooves. That's where he places his thumb.
126.
Was it an episode of The Simpsons where there was like constantly saying, "Oh, you sunk my battleship"?
133.
Yeah, it was at the old people's home. They said it about 7 or 8 times in a row because they're playing on the fact that old people haven't got very good memories. And every time they say it,
100.
everybody laughs. It's funny. I'll have to introduce you to my friend Ian Danter.
57.
DJ for a rock radio station and does a lot of football commentary as well. He's also a musician. All we ever talk about is The Simpsons. Every
43.
time he drives around the country a lot doing football matches, every single time he drives past Matlock on the M1, he calls me.
123.
And he does an impression of Abraham Simpson on a voicemail. Because his favourite detective was Matlock. Who's your favourite Simpsons character?
42. Michael, you require
No, I like Ralph Wiggum.
148.
Ralph's my hero. I'd vote for him for Prime Minister.
Also known as Martin Schindler.
No, that's Uta, the German exchange student. I don't think there have been any Welsh people in The Simpsons from what I can remember.
39. 60. Michael, you require 109.
This is gettable. Treble 18, maybe? No, that's the wrong call. You don't want to go for the smallest segment on the board when your opponent is on a finish. You want to go for what
73.
is more likely. The treble 18 and
Martin,
double 18,
you
there's
require
the call for me.
130. 92.
Michael Huntley.
The last score for Michael was 77. Michael, you require 32.
Goes 3-2 up. He did win his last game. It's Kevin Garcia.
Yeah, that's game short in the fifth
And he's a
flag.
leg away.
Michael Huntley.
For making it back-to-back victories. When we say what can you take away from it, if he can get back-to-back
Sixth
victories
flag
here,
gets Martin to throw
going to his
first.
last game,
Game on.
which is in one game's time, against Reece Colley, the table topper, the Group C winner, he could end with a hat-trick of wins.
You could also
95.
end with double-digit points as well. Get on to 10. That will make him feel a bit better. In times gone by, 10 points has got through this group,
43.
but not this time. Are you sticking with Robert Owen for the winner of the week? Even though you've got Reece Colley and Mark Graham through now?
Yes. Although,
140.
you mentioned upstairs, like after Reece Colley hit the 90 average, and he said, oh, that's not going to worry Robert Owen too much. In a knockout format,
140.
cup final style, he's only going to beat him once. In this, you can lose, you
99.
can come back. On Saturday night, if he can just find 4 legs of good darts,
60.
which we've seen plenty of that from Reece Colley this week.
Do you know what I think should be the theme tune of our finals night?
97.
Every
Martin, you require 161.
It's a song by the Bay City Rollers called Saturday. If you've never seen the movie
65.
So I Married an Axe
Michael, you
Murderer,
require
You haven't
122.
lived. but they have a pretty big scene with that particular song. How about the bullseye for the win?
80.
How about
Martin,
96
you
to prolong the
require
match?
96.
And to take us to 4-3 again in this fixture, because that's what happened yesterday. Double 18.
78.
Okay,
Michael, you
Mike.
require
For 8
42.
points. And to overtake Martin Thomas in the table.
$34. Martin, you
three
require
match starts missed.
18.
18 darts thrown, 18 points needed. 3 legs. That leaves him with work to do. The roll of the tongue.
Yeah, that's game short in the sixth flag.
And that takes us all the way.
Thomas.
See what I mean about the roll of the tongue there?
Yeah.
7th
You
and
do
final arc is Michael the throw first.
Some people can
Game
crimp
on.
their tongue. That's just weird. Then there's people who can roll their tongue and put it the other way around. Then there's the other people who can make it like a tube.
100.
Yes, that's what he's doing. Yeah, the tube.
Oh, he's doing the tube. You know anybody who can flip their tongue?
43.
Yes. Paul Nicholson.
Just done it in front of him. You know what that's to do with?
140.
Genetics. It's all to do with the genetic makeup
58.
of your body as to whether you can do that. It's quite simple. You can either roll your tongue or you can't. You can't learn how to do it.
77.
Many moons ago. I do remember my maths teacher asking me when I was 7 years old,
83.
how good is your 3 times table, Paul? And I said, yeah, it's pretty good. She said, what's 3 times 17? I went, 51. How did you know that? Because it's treble 17, miss.
136.
See? The ultimate calculator, the dartboard.
100. Michael, you require 48.
He's already missed 3 for the match.
Game.
But
shot,
don't make that
and a
5.
match.
In fact,
Michael
make
Huntley.
it 8. Because that's the amount of points he has. And 6 points is where Martin C. Thomas stays just for now. He will have one more match left. He's taking on Shane McGurk in match 15. But there you see, this head-to-head record is taken to a draw. 1-1 over the last couple of days. Huntley did not get the win yesterday, but he does today. And he's got one more match left as well. He will take on Reece Colley in match 14. But before we get there, we will start the final round of matches with Mark Graham having qualified now up against Kevin Garcia, who's having his swan song here on Friday.
This is the MODUS Super Series. 180.
Yes, this is the MODUS Super Series, offering opportunities to players outside that professional 128. And Conan Whitehead picking up that giant cheque for £20,000 in front of a crowd. And you can be here as well Saturday evenings, finals nights. Tickets are available totally free from dartshop.tv. Before we move on to the last three matches of today, let's just reflect on the one we saw before the break, when Michael Huntley got the better of Martin Thomas to tie up their match tally in this group. A 4-3 win for Huntley, who has represented, should I say, the ADC this week, amateur dart circuit, and has done it very, very well. Qualification route through the ADC available to play here at the Super Series. But in terms of the league table, well, it was already too tough for Huntley or Thomas to make it through the top two. Safely through. Reece Colley has been for a while on 16 points. Mark Graham might just be 2 points ahead of Shane McGurk, but the leg difference is too big for McGurk to bridge. And Graham is in action next, looking to add to his points tally when he takes on bottom-placed Kevin Garcia with just one win in this group so far, despite winning 4 out of 5 matches on Wednesday. Garcia's win's probably coming at the wrong time, really, I think it's fair to say. And when they met yesterday, Graham won the match by 4 legs to 2. Getting over the line there on 5-5, Mark Graham. And I'm going to have a chat with him in a couple of games' time after booking his place at finals night alongside Reece Colley, the winner of this group and the winner of Group A, Robert Owen. So we will also preview this evening's action with Paul Nicholson, and 3 players will fill the finals night group. So it's a kind of good segue for Matt to you to dig to Nico and ask him who's going to make it, because he's been wrong about most things so far.
Who's going to make it?
First and foremost, I'm not going to forget about that, Murph. I know you're leaving us after the next 3 games, so it's a bit of a scything exit. Who's going to make it through Group B? All right. The gauntlet has been laid down. Let me have a look at my notes from last night. Well, Jim McEwen is obviously going to make it, because no matter how badly he plays, he's going to get through. Now, I know that Jim's watching, but even he would admit he didn't play his best darts last night, but he still came away with 6 points. I think he's going to make it. I think Hurrell's going to make it. I think Walters is going to make it. Is that definitive
First
enough?
luck, it's Mark to throw first. Game on.
To be fair, you did say last night, that you felt Mark Graham was going to finish second place of this group.
84.
I got one thing right. There we go. I'm not useless after all.
Just don't turn in for Nico's tips.
100.
Yeah, I'll be on Sporty Stuff TV at 8:25 tonight, so yeah, don't take too much notice of me, because one of my tips last night was keep going to win Group B, and if he does that tonight, that'll be a miracle.
Well, he opened last night at 10-1. I think you might get a larger price than
59.
that from him.
Yeah, I think you're right. But then again, my other tips last night, yeah, one of the games I went for more than 2.5 180s. We didn't get it. But
40.
the other one was for Robert Owen to win the week at 11-4. Remember to gamble responsibly. Over 18s only at begambleaware.org for more information. But I stand by that 11-4 shot for Robert Owen. I think he is the favourite for good reason. Not only because he's won this week, but he's also won
85.
Saturday nights before, albeit not here. But before he goes to the Pro Tour in 2023, he wants to check something off his list, doesn't he? He wants to win here.
23.
It's his last chance.
134.
It's a nice leave there from Mark. This was Chris Mason's number in week 12, wasn't
Mark,
it?
you require
Took out this against
132.
Conan Whitehead with a remarkable bullseye at the end. We're not going to need to concern ourselves with a bullseye right here.
46. Kevin, you require 164. $55. Mark, you require 86.
Another one. Or that.
79.
That's a somewhat
Kevin, you require 109.
aggressive route for that 86 with Kevin on 109. But it tells you something about the way that Mark likes to play the game.
53. Mark, you require 7.
Ooh, that nearly bust the score. Double one.
Yeah, that's game short
Yeah,
in the
well,
first
well
lap.
found.
Mark
That's
Graham.
not an easy check out, that. So many people practice 1-2-1s and 81s, but
Second leg, it's Kevin to throw
checkouts
first.
like 7
Game
need
on.
attention as well. What do you think Garcia's thinking in this last match? He's obviously going to leave us after this
59.
and go back to Merseyside. How will he have graded himself for the last 5 days?
I don't think he's going to be too happy.
180.
Yeah, they go down Wednesday when 4 games. But I just don't think he's hit his best.
But is that proof, that Wednesday,
97.
that he can mix it with these players and he can get a decent amount of points? I think when someone has their first experience here, it's
100.
you're pointing your finger at one of 2 boxes. One says, I desperately want to come back, and the other one saying, do you know what? I didn't enjoy
59.
that. I get the feeling with Garcia that he'll want another crack. Certain golfers, you know, when they play on the tour,
125.
they do well on certain golf courses. Jack Nicklaus won 6 times at Augusta National. Probably because he loved the golf course and he was very
48.
good at
Mark, you
reading it.
require 96.
This format is very, very difficult. It isn't for everybody. But if you do enjoy lots of games and you've got an engine, you can have success.
80.
You've also got to be flexible. Early mornings, late nights.
42.
It's not
Mark,
the
you
most
require
traditional
60.
darting hours.
No, they're not.
Yeah, that's
But the
game short in the
WDF guys
second
are more
lap.
versed in it
Mark
because they
Graham.
start their tournaments around 9:30 in the morning, so it'll feel pretty normal to them
Third leg, it's
Albeit
Mark to throw first.
during the
Game
week
on.
because they usually take place the weekend. I just think over the last 10, 15 years, we've got used to 12 o'clock starts because of what we've done, Matt.
100.
But there are still people who go out to local tournaments in certain areas and they do have early starts. But ultimately, you want to have a very late start when you come
80.
here, which is 10 o'clock on a Saturday night, which is exactly when the finals kick off tomorrow night. This is a really good display.
140.
It's not bulldozing by any means. He's taking advantage of a very flat Kevin. It's more than good enough.
43.
Yeah, you sort of feel Kevin's ready for home now. This is 25th game of the week.
Whereas this is game 10
100.
for Mark Graham. 15 less games in the tank. You got to say that he's a heavy favourite to win from this position. Maybe by
60.
the biggest of
Mark, you
margins.
require 161.
And we haven't had a 4-0 today. We've had a couple of 4-1s. All the other games have been close.
45.
Big hat tip to our referee today, Mark Wilmeyer. Think about
60.
the fact that the
Mark, you require
referees stand up there for
116.
15 straight games. Not an easy job. They are very valued. I know the players value them too. They make their experience is a lot easier.
92.
So to everybody who has refereed here, we commend them. Marco will be with us for the rest of the week and next week.
99. Mark, you required 24. Yeah, that's game short in the third lap.
Garcia, but it's not going to matter. Going back up the top, left him on the 159. But
Ford Lark, it's Kevin to throw first.
Wraps it up.
Game on.
And you'll be wanting to wrap this up nice and quick in this one.
Yeah, they don't live too far from each other, these two. St Helens to Chester is not that far at all.
139.
I reckon it's probably half an hour apart. Good drive down the M6. Don't think there is such a thing on a Friday.
43.
You're not that far from the M6, are you, Matt?
No, so I'm located well. M6, M1, M40.
100.
Sort of 10 minutes at most.
Yeah, it's a pretty good thing to have. Quite close by. I used to live
55.
off Junction 29 on the M6 at Bamber Bridge near Preston. Loved living there. It's always good knowing that when you're coming home, you got to Junction 29. You're 90 seconds from home. And on the other side of the coin, when you're going on a journey, it doesn't take that long to get to the main strip. Unlike Adam Smith-Neal once,
100.
the former world master, who asked me for a lift. What did he do? He said, "Oh, can you drop me off at my door? It's just off the M6.
139.
It was 20 minutes away. He was telling porgies.
139.
Great darts from Graham.
You require 80.
To leave the finish, but Garcia's already there. Ooh, lucky.
60. Mark, you require 164.
No luck needed here, just brilliance. He was looking to replicate what he did yesterday.
98.
Found a 164.
Kevin, you require 20.
Can't double dip.
Yeah, that's game short
Garcia
in the
finds
fourth
double
lap.
five.
Kevin Garcia.
And we're not getting a bagel in today's play. The only
Fifth
chance
flag,
of
it's
that
Mark to
was
throw
if Mark
first.
Graham took the
Game
164.
on.
Still a heavy favourite to win this game.
140.
Especially with that start. When you consider he's on 12 points right now,
98.
he's not going to top the group because Collie's out of sight. But a 14-point total with a double-digit leg difference would be a very, very good return.
100.
And I will flat out say that I have been impressed with Mark Graham.
93.
I've only seen him play at Lakeside previously, but this is an improved display to show to the public, which will do his confidence a world of good. I know his family's going to be proud of him.
140.
And more than anything else, he should be proud of himself. As should Kevin. He's acquitted himself brilliantly this week.
140. Mark, you
I think he's made
require
a lot of friends in the practice
121.
room. Brought us a lot of stories. And his time might continue.
83.
Is there time for one more highlight?
Kevin, you require 170.
Maybe not.
60. Mark, you require 38.
Well, Mark, it's up to you to finish your Group C campaign.
Game, shots,
That gets
and
it
a
done.
match.
A
Mark
beautifully
Graham.
emphatic 4-1 victory with an average in excess of 90 as well. Maybe a little bit of an extra confidence booster ahead of the finals on Saturday night. You can have a nice lie-in tomorrow, Mark. 57% on the doubles, and it's bye-bye Kevin. 5 days of action, 25 games in the bank, but unfortunately he does not make it to the finals, but valuable experience, and hopefully, Kevin, we will see you once again sometime. Another match to come between Reece Colley, and Michael Huntley. That will finish their campaigns in Group C after this short break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen Mark Graham produce another good performance, another fantastic win for him. A 4-1 success in that last match against Kevin Garcia. We can see the tail of the tape there. 90 average again for Mark Graham, who's played at a good standard all day. 4 out of 7 on doubles as well. Graham actually lost his first match of the day to Reece Colley earlier on, but has since gone on to win all 4 to book his place at finals night. As we can see from that league table, Graham second behind Collie, who will play to try and increase his lead even further in the next match. But he's been through for a while. Graham will be joining him. McGurk, Huntley, Thomas and Garcia will be bowing out Garcia after coming through as an ADC qualifier. Well, when this pair met yesterday, Collie and Huntley, it was a whitewash win for the group champion against the other amateur darts circuit qualifier in this group. The pair of them have been here for 5 days. They've given a good account of themselves in total. Kevin Garcia did win 4 out of 5 games one day, which is exactly what Mark Graham has done today to qualify. But Reece Colley won all 5 of his games yesterday and put himself in a pretty unassailable position. He will be looking to finish with a flourish, but Michael Huntley will want to end on a high himself. So let's see which way this one goes. But I'm going to hand back to Paul, and I do apologise, Paul, for the comments I made earlier. I know you did predict the top 2 when they were already in first and second place.
Many thanks for taking the shine off my apple, Murph. You've taken the jam out of my donut. Never mind, let's move on. Time for Reece Colley to take on Michael Huntley, and end of the campaign for Mark Graham gets him on 14 points and plus 12. But Colley, looking better than that, could finish with 18, which is a commanding total. Something that Josh Payne did a few weeks ago by winning 9 from 10 games. In fact, Reece has only lost 1 match to Shane McGurk, and that was in match 7 today.
First luck, it's Reece's throw first. Game on.
I'm not entirely certain that he's too bothered about records.
80.
He strikes me as a very relaxed young man. But when it's your last match, and you know it is, pride kicks in, and you just want to put in one good game. As to the best performance of Mike this week, you'd have to ask him,
96.
really. There's been a lot of similar displays. But a lot of his wins have come in slugfests.
95.
When they played yesterday in match 2, it was a commanding 98.56 average for Reece.
140.
That was his first match of the week, and he didn't even give Mike a shot at a double.
80.
Maybe the motivation here for Mike is to make sure he wins a leg against Reece, first and foremost.
60.
First job, get to a finish, though. And he is there.
81. Reece should require 125.
How many times this week has he had visits like that where it should have been more? Bullseye.
100.
He just ran out of
Michael,
room.
you require 105.
Great attempt. I think if Reece had hit that, that was finish of the week.
89. Reece, you require 25.
He's going to pick 17 for double 4.
21. Michael, you
There's a bit
require
of shoulder
16.
in that last dart. What a guide.
Yeah,
What a
that's game
set of
shot in the
guides.
first leg. Michael Huntley.
A beautiful camera angle to illustrate what he could see. And he takes his first leg against Reece this week.
Second leg, it's Michael to throw first. Game on.
And when you look back through Michael Huntley, you see that it's ending with some wins. Could be some good positive signs to take away from here.
You think about the week that he's had. been very up and down, hasn't it?
125.
He's got 4 points today already. He could finish with 6, which McGurk and Collie have already got.
43.
Graham has finished on 8. But let us go through the week and
96.
see what he's done. First day of the week, Huntley got 4 points. The next day, 0. Day after that, 2.
81.
So it could be his best day of the week to finish.
Certainly standard-wise has been quite good for him as well today. Been a lot more consistent.
180.
But does he have the standard? And this is a brutally honest question, which we have to ask now and again.
87.
Does he have enough in his armoury to win a week? If he was to return.
On what we've seen this week?
Yeah, that's game short in the
No.
second
I'd
leg.
have to agree.
Reece Colley.
But that doesn't mean that he's not going to go show us in
Third leg
other
is Reece's
environments.
Correct.
first game on.
We wish him all the best at the World Seniors qualifiers. We hope he makes it. Everybody needs to have an experience at the tavern.
57.
No one's career is defined by a week, whether it's a good week, a bad week, whatever it is.
60.
Felix McBrady's was. You brought him up earlier in the week, that's for sure. The cat who celebrated his birthday earlier this week.
59. $125.
He hasn't been a poacher this week, has he? He's been full-on number 9. Taking advantage of all of the crosses coming into the box, nodding them into the back of the net. Marcus
100.
Rashford style from last night. Good win for Man U last night, wasn't it? Against Sheriff. Good name for a team, innit? If you had a football team, what would you call it?
83.
Well, my fantasy football team is called Edgar TV FC.
100.
See what you did there.
$100. Michael, you require 116.
One thing one of my old mentors used to say a lot when I was growing up was good grouping.
40.
That is
Reece, you
something that
require
Reece Colley's very good at.
147.
His grouping is fabulous. 147 is one of those
95.
finishes where you
Michael,
don't need good
require
grouping.
76.
Just want to give a mention to that guy, by the way. Terry Allen, up in Bedlington. Very well known. Haven't spoken to him in a long time. Wonderful man.
Yeah, that's game
And a
short
wonderful
in the
finish
third
from
leg.
Michael Huntley to
Michael
get a 2-1
Huntley.
lead against the table topper here. Who was
Forward
your
leg
darting
is
mentor
Michael the
growing
throw
up?
first.
Want to give him a
Game on.
shout out?
It's a good question, actually.
83.
I think there's probably a lot of people that would probably claim it. But I'd probably have to say
135.
the person who was most influential, who gave me the most advice, who certainly put the miles in, would have to be my dad.
100.
That's nice.
I often came up with some crazy suggestions. And he'd go to work all week.
96.
And, let's go to this tournament, this tournament. No qualms. In the car we went. Off we went to these tournaments in these various places.
60.
I can imagine there were a lot of tournaments in Warwickshire. A hotbed of darts.
We used to go further afield. A lot of the time we used to go more
85.
to Yorkshire.
Okay.
Obviously that's where we originated from. And my dad used to love going back there. We had family there, so we'd go up there quite a lot to play.
140.
Did you play in the Yorkshire Classic?
It's my first ever tournament.
Ah, good tournament.
My first ever tournament. I was 14 years old.
170.
final
Michael, you require
the youth.
118.
The youth. And in the semi-finals, I beat a young man who at the time
58.
was the hot
Reece should require
prospect of youth
15.
darts, who was absolutely ripping everybody apart. And I was told how this guy was like the bee's knees.
11.
He was even in like the main
Michael, you
stage
require
finals for
60.
the men's event.
Matt Chapman?
No.
Yeah, that's game short than the fourth
Ooh,
leg.
Huntley's up to something here. He might inflict the second defeat in Group C on Reece Colley. Do I get another guess?
Fifth
Yeah, you
leg
can have
is
three.
Reece to
You've had
throw
one.
first. Game on.
What year was it?
I would have been 14, so now 36, 22 years. But it's been about the year 2000.
57.
While you have a think, I'll also tell you that when I won that semi-final, I did about 3 laps of the entire room.
82.
Must be a well-known player.
100.
Got a trophy for it, and about £80, I think it was, which was quite nice.
Adrian Lewis?
No. Although he was from the same era.
83.
Bit of a clue there.
Yeah, that's the only clue I'm going to get. I've only got one guess left.
100.
I'm struggling here.
26.
Dave Pallett.
Oh, totally wrong era. It was Stephen Bunting.
Ooh, that is a good win.
60.
Are you talking about around 2000, 2001?
Yeah.
That was around about the time I met Stephen for the first time. He came to the Northern Social Club in Ashington in Northumberland, played in the A squad against
100.
Jimmy White, and won easily as a fresh-faced kid. So that really was an incredible win. He was the best player in the world under 18 at the time.
134.
Massively so. He was winning everything at the time. Literally everything.
60. Reece, you
got through to
require
the final.
50.
I think I was too tired after the 3 laps of the room to beating Stephen.
Who beat you in the final?
40.
There's a player called Shane
Michael, you require
Townsend.
150.
He was a county player for Yorkshire. Then he moved down to Staffordshire and played county down there for a few years.
Got you. Reece is looking to take leg
45.
number 5
Reece, you require 10.
to maintain an almost unbeaten record. Surely now.
No score.
Wow.
Michael, you require 105.
One word that would categorise that miss. Gutted. And he was going for treble 20 for double 15 there.
36. Reece, you require 10. Yeah, that's game short in the
This
fifth
game
flag.
continues.
Reece Colley.
Reece Colley is actually playing pretty well,
Sixth flag is Michael to throw
He's
first.
losing.
Game on.
with an average 7 better than his opponent. Darts can be very weird. But in
100.
the words of one of my old mentors, averages lie. I mentioned him earlier in the week, Graham Stoddart.
57.
Do you know who the single biggest influence on me getting better was?
42.
Someone who actually won the Yorkshire Classic. And it was a big, big victory for him. County player by the name of Steve Wanless. Played over 200 times for Northumberland.
140.
Took me under his wing. Got to know his family very well. His sister Joy. Joy's husband Graham, who was a huge friend of mine when I travelled with the county. He was always a really good,
140.
positive figure to be around. The Wanless family were very good to me.
95.
Steve's still around. I don't think he's playing county anymore, which is a bit of a shame, but I'm sure he's still playing locally up in southeast Northumberland. A Northumberland legend.
100.
I've been fortunate along the way to meet some other people as well.
59.
But
Michael,
there are
you
local
require
legends like that
119.
all across the world, all across the UK. Everybody's got a story about somebody who helped them. And that's great.
99.
Value people
We
like
should
that.
require 150.
Is he thinking about 3 bulls? Nope. It's double 18.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
that's magic.
in the 6 lakh. Reece Colley.
Phenomenal from Collie. And look where his opponent was.
7-10 final lakh.
Sitting on
It's
double
Reece
10
first.
to win.
Game on.
And Michael Huntley just says, that's how I've been rolling this week.
Here's a story then. My dad was
85.
sandwiched between me and my granddad in terms of darting sense. I didn't ever know my granddad as a darts
80.
player. I found this out after, when I started playing darts myself. And it was interesting because my granddad got all the way through to the
93.
News of the World finals at the Alexandra Palace in the 1960s. And then I debuted at the Alexandra Palace in the World Championships
100.
60 years apart. And we never knew. Like, I never knew as a dart player. I just fell into darts. And
61.
ironically, it was down that same track that my granddad had been.
That's incredible. If anybody's never seen the footage of the News of the World at Ali
83.
Pali from the 60s and 70s, get onto YouTube and have a look. Some of that footage is beyond words. I mean, you think that Ali Pali gets packed
92.
now? No, it doesn't. Not compared to then. There were people sitting in the rafters just to watch the darts back then. It was ridiculously popular.
140.
gonna say
We
there's
should
people
require
on people.
170.
I think there were. He was going for the big double hit, the 150 out.
82.
Followed by the
We should
170.
require 98.
Not to be. I've seen Simon Whitlock take out a 170 and a 150 in a set at the Worlds against James Wade. Huntley has not had a match dart. He's not going to get one here.
58.
So by the
We should
token of
require
how he's
88.
rolled this week, Collie takes this out to finish on 18 points in Group C. The bullseye needed for it.
Game,
And the bullseye found
shots,
for it.
and the
So there
match.
you go.
Reece
A somewhat
Colley.
chaotic match by 4 legs to 3, but an incredible total of 18 points for Reece Colley, who tops the table by a distance. Excellent finishing, and that 150 out really was the highlight. Huntley, it's goodbye for now, but we hope to see you again. Good luck in your seniors' exploits before Christmas time. We've got one match left between Martin Thomas and Shane McGurk. There's a bit of pride on the line. Don't miss that one.
Welcome back. So Reece Colley signs off with a victory after qualifying for finals night, and he's going to be joined by the man next to me, Mark Graham, who has had a very good day today. Actually lost your first match to Reece Colley, but 4 straight wins. You must be delighted.
Yeah, I'm very happy with that. Yeah, I knew every game was going to be tough, but I played some, consistent darts today, so I'm happy with it. Yeah.
It's your debut here, or your debut week here at the Super Series. You've been watching much of it, and has it inspired you, seeing what Conan White did, for example, to come and try and get some serious money?
Of course it is. It's just it's very, very good here. It's very good setup and everything. And it's an honour to come and play here, tell you the truth, because there's some good dart players come here every week, and I do watch it straight after work when I finish. So it's it's an honour for me to be chosen to come and play.
You played obviously at the Lakeside earlier this year. Is this just your second ever TV appearance?
I played on YouTube in the Isle of Man Open quarterfinals and Denmark Open quarterfinals, but this is, after Lakeside, this is the biggest thing I've done, yes. Yeah.
And you're through to finals night now, so I mean, you know how it works. It's kind of becomes a different format, really, the round robin groups, short groups, but one player goes through and gets a chance to be at that Champions Week, and on some of the stuff that we've seen from you this week, you've got as good a chance as anybody.
Of course I have. I can throw a dart. It all depends on the night and that game. Every game is different, as you can see. One game, 90 plus average, then goes to 79. So yeah, I'm here to win. I'm not here just for the fun of it. I'm here to win, yeah. And
the one thing that we've really kind of enjoyed from your game is the big finishes, although there was that moment, wasn't there, when you bust the 130 earlier on?
Yeah, I jerked a bit on that one. I felt it the minute I left go, but yeah, the big finishes have been good for me this week, yeah. I try and go for them if they're there. They're there to be hit, so that's why I go for them, yeah.
And just one last thing, obviously you've been playing in this empty room this week, but on Saturday there will be an audience here. Do you think that will be something that can help bring out the best in you?
Hopefully. Hopefully it is nice to have someone behind, just to G you up a bit, but no, hopefully I'll be a bit all right. I should be all right.
Well, you could be here as well to watch Mark Graham on finals night. Tickets available totally free as well via dartshop.tv. We are in Portsmouth, so if you can get here on Saturday, head to that website and book your free tickets. Congratulations, Mike. We will see you again on Saturday. One more match to come here, the final game, and Martin Thomas is on the stage right now, ready to take on Shane McGurk.
And a warm welcome back to match 15. One more match for these two. And it will be sayonara for week 3 for these two, for the tongue-rolling Martin Thomas. How do you say that, hometown? Pembrokeshire? I probably said that completely wrong, and if I have, I do apologise. That's Monaghan. And it has been a privilege watching Shane play this week, but he's fallen just a bit short.
All on branding, and I don't like nicknames like Tomo. I'm thinking nickname, Martin Thomas, the tongue.
The tongue?
Yeah, and the tongue is looking to dish out a
first
licking in this one.
Martin to throw first. Game on.
He's looking to give him a good licking. There have been a bit of... has been some mouth action over the years in darts. Shane Burgess is very famous for opening his mouth before every dart. Colin Monk was the same.
Richard North at every moment.
134.
I'll let you handle that a little bit later on. Everybody does something when they're trying to
43.
impart accuracy or heavy thought on something. We know that Shane has
87.
had that thing with the leg. And he's changed something in his very last match of the week. He's put those little white sleeves on the point.
94.
He hasn't had those on all week. Is this the time to do a bit of experimentation? If I'm not mistaken, he's got a different set of points in as well.
45.
I wonder what he's going to do next. WDF-wise, there must be some stuff coming up. Big events.
76.
Maybe the seniors qualifiers for Martin. And trying to qualify for the WDF World Championship.
105.
There will be plenty on the radar, and he's definitely put enough reps in this week to feel sharp. But as to whether he'll feel confident,
140. Shane, you require 130. $94. Martin, you require 48.
Sinclair. Oh, well, he didn't want to leave double 16.
Yeah, that's game short
anyway.
in the first leg.
There's
Martin
been some
Thomas.
weird finishes today. A lot of Goldilocks going on.
Second leg, it's Shane to throw first. Game on. $100.
Yeah, I know the WDF Tour has some couple of gold events left. Probably one in
135.
Ah, the one in Ireland. That was one last year by Luke Littler, wasn't it? That's what qualified him for Lakeside.
57.
With the Italian Grandmasters.
Yeah, that one's got some decent winners over the years.
The World Open, I believe,
41.
over at Assam when the World Masters is on.
So plenty to do before Christmas. If you're someone like Shane McGurk.
180.
I classify that as doing something right now. He's looking for one of the biggest 6-start conversions in the game.
121. Shane, you require 164.
It wouldn't even be the biggest of the week. Wonder why he's put those point sleeves in. At this point. No pun intended.
86.
No pun intended for the first time this week.
Is that the first time I said it?
60. Shane, you
Feels like I
require
said it before.
78.
Double top.
38. Martin, you
Chance for
require
2-0 for Martin.
144.
Tomo Thomas.
The tongue.
If you ever want
60.
that to catch
Shane,
on,
you require 40.
you're going to have to talk to Martin about it. I'm not sure he'll be a big fan of it.
Well, if you don't get this double 10,
Yeah, that's game short in the
Thomas would have
second
had a chance to
leg.
roll
Shane
that one up,
McGurk.
but Shane McGurk sees it through.
Third leg, it's Martin to throw
Pun
first.
intended?
Game on.
Always.
Just looking at the performance of McGurk in a 4-3 win yesterday against Thomas. It was good, 93 average. Missed a few doubles along the way, only 25% of the outer ring,
45.
but that was one of his better performances of the week.
That was one of them games where he went 3-all and then went out in 12.
45.
Yeah, he's got a fair bit of work to do. I think
134.
inherent natural talent, but if he could just nail down a couple of fundamental skills that we've spoken about, I think McGurk has got a lot to offer.
59.
And just to prove that point, when Keane Barry was 16, 17, 18 years old, everybody spoke about him with glowing words.
125.
But he wasn't near the finished article. If you look at him this year, he has listened to some advice about his rhythm and has become
140.
a more potent threat.
$59. Martin, you require
Coming out of
157.
this is very clear. Sort out that body movement, which is stemming from that back leg.
97. Shane, you require 138.
Thomas will like this 60 checkout.
73. Martin, you require 60.
Very much fits his eye.
Yeah, that's
And there
game
you have
short
it.
in the third leg.
Someone who
Martin
likes tops, someone who gets a flat trajectory of the dart. It's a perfect checkout for him. And best case
Fourth
scenario
leg, it's Shane to
for
throw
Thomas is to get
first.
to 8
Game
points.
on.
And because he's lost a leg in this match, he's not going to overtake Mike Huntley on 8 points and minus 5.
93.
But when it comes to McGurk, he could get to 12 points, even though his position in fourth is... in third, I do beg your pardon. It is secure. Well, 12 points is better than 10.
41.
He's going a little bit bananas all of a sudden.
40.
Starting to find those scores. We're only 3.5 legs in. And he's found
140.
all of those 140 plus scores, and right at the right time, Shane McGurk finds his first. Equal on the ton plus scores, and only the one maximum, as you can see.
100.
How would you categorise the week of Shane McGurk then?
42.
He's learned a lot.
Martin, you require 138.
Debut week, of course.
If he hasn't learned from this week, I'd be concerned.
98.
Because there's been patterns of play, such as starting the day very well and then tailing off, that have arose
140.
Surely
Martin, you
he would have
require
felt why that
40.
was.
Double 10 this time.
Yeah, that's
Great
game
find
shot
for a
in the
3-1
fourth
lead.
leg. Martin Thomas.
Is Martin going to leave us with a final win?
If something happens once,
Fifth flag, it's Martin to throw
could
first.
be one of them things.
Game on.
If it happens twice, 3 times, we've seen a pattern. 4 times, there is a pattern. And I would, at an absolute guess,
45.
put this down to a hydration or nutrition side.
60.
With a lot of these players, it is, because you have to get into a rhythm of when to eat and what to eat and how much water you take on board.
41.
Water is good for clarity of thought and energy levels. And the amount of food and the type of food that you
60.
take on throughout the course of the day can give you the energy you need to make sure you're not up there with a cloudy brain.
But also, it's the quantity of the food.
96.
You don't want to be eating low calorie but high content food because you're going to be bloated and you don't want to feel heavy.
58.
Yeah, you don't want to go and get an all-you-can-eat Chinese before you play. That's why footballers have chicken and pasta or
78.
some sort of vegan equivalent before a match, usually 3 or 4 hours before.
125.
Always nutritionally and hydration-wise have something that's tailored to what you're about to do. Don't go and eat something that a marathon runner would have the night before.
45.
So, on the spot time again, what is the perfect pre-match
94.
sort of meal for a dart player?
I would probably have to say, from my experience, if I was playing in this group, it would be a porridge breakfast with honey and bananas.
180. Shane, you require 104.
Nighttime, probably a chicken pomodoro pasta. No cheese because it slows you down.
54. Martin,
So
you require
all
60.
slow release energy should just
Game,
trickle into the
shot,
body throughout the
and
day.
a match.
And
Martin
that
Thomas.
is the end of the day here. Martin Thomas wraps up the final game on the double 8. He ends the day successfully. Shane McGurk, like he has for the last couple of days, starts off well and then lost the last 2 games. He lost the one with Mark Graham and then he lost that one there to Martin Thomas. But Martin Thomas, 4-1 victory, gets himself 8 points. And that is all she wrote for Group C. It's Reece Colley going through as the group winner. And he'll be joined in Saturday by Mark Graham.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. Paul Nicholson has raced up to join me. I hope you had something nutritious before that run, Paul. just a few reflections on this group, because sometimes we get the ones that go right down to the death, but this one seemed pretty settled for most of the day.
Can I get my breath back? I really did race up the stairs, I'm not going to lie. But I'm being very impressed with Reece Colley. I think he's got a lot to offer. I think he could scupper the chances of Robert Owen, possibly when it comes to tomorrow night. But impressed with Mark Graham. I wasn't sure if he had enough in the locker to come through this group, but he really has.
Well, let's let Paul take a breath by looking at the league table at the end of the day. Here's how it finished up, with Reece Colley far ahead of anybody else, really. 4 points clear of Mark Graham, 8 clear of third place, and looked like he'd sealed that with his 5 wins yesterday, really. Mark Graham coming in second. I will give credit to Paul Nicholson. He did pick Mark Graham to finish second. Shane McGurk, Michael Huntley, Martin Thomas and Kevin Garcia all bowing out. Now, I just want to get your reflections on the 2 ADC qualifiers before they leave us, because Huntley's done quite well in that group, and Kevin Garcia had a fantastic run on Wednesday when he won 4 out of 5 matches.
Yeah, there's definitely bright sparks for the week. I think Kevin will be very disappointed with how things have gone in Group C, but I don't think he should feel that way. There were enough in the way of highlights for him to feel good about his game. I think if he came back, he would be stronger. It didn't work out this week, but it doesn't mean his future isn't bright.
Yeah, a few players might have been watching thinking that they can get through. Well, all you need to do is go to the ADC website or social media, amateur dart circuit that is, and find out how you can qualify to play here on the Super Series stage. For this week, let's just have a quick look about how things are currently at in the brackets for the rest of the week. So we now know Reece Colley, Mark Graham, winner and runner-up of Group C, joining the Group A winner, Robert Owen. Tonight, 3 from the 5 in Group B will go through, and it's quite tightly congested, Paul, that group.
It is. Even Richard North at the basement of the table, he still has a chance, but I think the best thing for Richard is that he's in the first game of the night. If he can get that win against James Hurrell, then he's definitely in the mix, but he must score better with that first start tonight. It was way too low all night last night, and if he doesn't get that penetration through the air with those bulbous barrels that he was using, then he's going to be in trouble.
So you can watch the action this evening. The final 3 places for Saturday night will be filled. Group B gets underway from 10 p.m. live here on Sporty Stuff TV, and it's also available free at the Super Series YouTube channel. That's enough of a mouthful for me. I'm going to go, and Henry Deacon's going to take over for tonight. But Paul, thanks for your company, and you will see them all again this evening.
The MODUS Super Series, brought to you in association with Bet365, Betfair, Betfred, Coral, Ladbrokes, Paddy Power, Unibet and William Hill.